Chat, I can feel your excitement. I can smell it even. It's palpable, thick in the air. Thick with extra video game chromosomes of Bethesda game design. It's like, the short bus of video games. Oh, Starfield. Why can't I quit you? Seriously, why can't I? Why am I subjecting myself to this? Why do I intend to make a sin video on you when all of your sins are apparent? God, I really do suffer sometimes for you. You can just not play Starfield? I have played worse games. You think this can break me? This is nothing compared to some of the stuff I've played all the way through. I'm not that weak. Not that weak. Plus, I'm pretty sure we're nearing the end of the game. So, you know what? Might as well put in the extra effort, finish it up, and then I can make a video on it maybe. And it should be a doozy of one too. This game would have been significantly better if they confined the space travel to one solar system like Outer Wilds. Or you can just play Outer Wilds. That is so much. That game is so much better. So that game exists that you're thinking of, and it is, yes, called Outer Wilds. And also that the other game that sounds like the Outer Wilds, the Outer Worlds or whatever it was. The one that also plays like a Bethesda game. You also have that game, which is better than Starfield. Hell, No Man's Sky is better than Starfield. We need to take Starfield out back and put him down. What do you think I'm doing this for? You love having Todd Howard in your mouth. Well, you know, here's the thing. If blowing Todd Howard gives him just a touch of, you know, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for here? Just a touch of. I don't know why I'm going down this path. Why am I talking about blowing Todd Howard? Why did I decide to take that bait? If blowing Todd Howard means he'd have even like a few moments of post-nut clarity in which he could finally, you know, break out of this like haze he's been in game design and maybe make something good, it might be worth all of us like giving him a reach around or something. If that's what it takes. Maybe his games will stop being so fucking terrible if he has some post-nut clarity. This does feel like a man who's very pent up when it comes to his game design. There's never a good release in his games, is the way I would put it. Never a good, like, yeah, kind of moment. So maybe that's just what he's missing in life. He's like putting that frustration into his art. Doing that would probably make the game 16 times more enjoyable. I know, right? Turns out, if you're getting laid, maybe you're not so stiff. No Man's Sky had a Mass Effect crossover. Did it? I had news to me. Enormous but empty space game like Starfield is so disappointed that I went back to No Man's Sky. Well, I'm happy that I was actually predicting this game was going to suck back when I first saw it. I was like, you know what? I got a feeling it's going to suffer from like everything that's wrong with Bethesda games already, times 10. World in chat still loving Baldur's Gate 3, but you're kind enough to show some love to Starfield. That's kind of beautiful. I am a generous man. I will play the game that no one else even wants to think about anymore. He flashed a $100 bill. Do you think Bethesda will change, or will they continue this formula? The slow consensus that this game got over time, I feel like they have to know the formula is getting stale for people. I don't know. That is a very good question, and when it comes to Bethesda, you think they would have realized after Skyrim that they needed to start changing things up? Because I don't remember anyone really, like, falling in love with Fallout 4 or Fallout 76. That should have been the bell that should have warned them that their game design, style was already spread a little thin, and people were waiting for them to, like, catch up with modern games a bit more. So their next big, well, probably like their last chance to actually break out of this funk will be in the next Skyrim game. Since I'm assuming that's next. Whether they can do it or not, I don't know. One, it's going to take some difficult decisions on their part. They're going to have to switch engines. I'm sorry, but this engine is just holding them back, I feel, more than anything else. They're going to have to get off it. Microsoft now owns them. Tell them to, like, ditch this shit, switch to Unreal or whatever it is. Make a new engine, something. This ain't cutting it anymore. At the very least, they're going to have to spend, like, a year or two, like, redeveloping the engine from the ground up to maybe be something that can make a modern filling game. What engine is this? It's their own engine that they've been using for many decades now. Are you shocked at how quickly this game died from public perception? I was shocked that it didn't die quicker, honestly. It had like a solid month where it still had defenders out there. There was a big patch for Baldur's Gate 3 released a few hours ago. What did it patch? Like I said, I do want to play more Baldur's Gate 3 this year, so I'm going to like contact Kate soon and see what's up. If not, I might end up just doing a solo playthrough of it. Any updates for Baldur's Gate 3? Are you going to like as well? There you go. Had a pizza with chicken, steak, parmesan, spinach, and barbecue sauce. I had, chicken and rice today. I got a rice cooker for Christmas, so I had to make sure I started using that thing. And hey, I'm cutting right now, so chicken and rice is good for the diet. If they copied this formula again for Elder Scrolls 6, I feel like game would be dead on arrival. Well, there is that style works better, I feel, for Elder Scrolls than any of their other games. Even like Fallout. Elder Scrolls, it kind of works for, but even with Elder Scrolls, I think you need something new. They're gonna have to like come up with a new design. You can't just rely on the same one you've been working with, literally since Oblivion, which was mid-2000s. So over 2 decades, and probably be 3 decades by the time Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. Why change when people keep paying for it? Because they are getting destroyed critically and their games are no longer holding the legs that they used to. People still play Skyrim to this day. And also people still play Oblivion and like Fallout 3 to this day. However, each game since then has had shorter and shorter legs, and then until you reach Starfield, which seems to have no legs whatsoever. And I feel that Bethesda games really need those legs of people like modding their games and adding new content to it. Otherwise, they're not even really that good in terms of like plot and gameplay. I know plenty of people who really only get Skyrim just for the mods. Just do a solo playthrough? Well, I might end up doing that, but I want to give it another chance to like see what's going to happen. Todd did mention Elder Scrolls 6 will be using the same engine as Starfield. Well, there you go. Warning signs are already in. Honestly, I like Todd as a person. He seems like a nice guy who loves what he does, but I think he needs to retire. I'm beginning to think he's actually part of the problem. I did not expect anything from Starfield when I saw Bethesda release a Fallout. Well, I've not expected anything ever. I'll be honest with you, Chad. The last game I played from them with any amount of I played Skyrim for a bit, but I never finished it. I think Fallout 3 was the last game from them that I actually played a decent amount of. I did finish Fallout 3 and even finished some of the DLC for it. And also I played a decent amount of Oblivion, but that was really it. I think after those 2 games, you know what? I think I'm done. And then I noticed that their games don't really change much. You dropped Skyrim after 20 minutes? Like I said, I mainly focused on doing side quests, but when I tried to focus on doing the main quest, I just got really bored and stopped. I think I got to the point where you get the special dragon shout that makes dragons fall out of the sky, and that was the end of my playtime with it. Honestly, you never pick human race in games like Baldur's Gate 3. They seem like the most boring race. I mean, they're all humanoid, so does it really matter? If you're playing an elf, or you're really playing something, you're just playing a human with pointy ears. Come on. Or if you're playing one of the other shorter races, you're just playing a short human. They're all human coded, you know. Best you can do is play the lizard. The main quests tend to be a bit weak. For the most part, the only one they got that is any good, I feel, is Morrowind, since that deals with actually some interesting characters and ideas. To this day, you don't know what happens after Whiterun. I honestly don't remember, I think you go to the mountain to learn dragon shouts from, the mountain people. And then I kind of forget what happens after that for a while. At some point they want you to capture a dragon? Take a page from New Vegas. Chat, New Vegas ain't saving the Bethesda game design. New Vegas has had good writing, but it still had all the other problems of a Bethesda game. You need more than good writing. It would certainly help, but ain't enough at this point. I almost beat Skyrim, then the game kept killing me because it wanted me to grind. I actually never really had an issue with like the game being difficult in Skyrim, but then again, I played a stealth archer, which is broken as shit. And I realized that after it was too late to do anything about my choices. So maybe you played something else that actually made it difficult. Skyrim Civil War was originally going to be a larger part of the story, but Todd wanted the dragons to play a larger role. I feel like it would have been better if it would. I think it would have been too. The dragons were honestly kind of boring. Dragons are... I feel like the Elder Scrolls should be a much weirder world, fantasy world, and ever since Morrowind, which actually does feel somewhat alien, I always felt, you know what, this is pretty cool. It's got like this almost like alien fantasy world. And ever since then, they've been trying to make it more and more tame. So you have like, Oblivion demon portals in your Britain for Oblivion. Then dragons in Skyrim, and who knows what they'll do for the next one. You played Mage. Yeah, playing Mage is usually a bit more difficult since you can't take much damage. Skyrim, but yeah. Civil War we did get is notoriously buggy, even... It's also, I didn't even bother with it. It was just like really boring character-wise. Skyrim is for the Nords. I didn't even know it was a thing for a while. I was like, oh yeah, I guess I could go do that. Fallout 3 is the best Bethesda game. From my understanding, if I were to tell you the best Bethesda game, it would probably be the DLC for Oblivion, the Shivering Isle stuff. That's probably their peak, honestly. That was their peak, I feel. I feel that's not a controversial statement. Most people seem to have been pretty fond of Shivering Isles. And that was also a good example of DLC since a full-on expansion pack. For me, there was a survival mode in which you had to sleep, eat, and stay warm in Skyrim. That was cool. That's not a bad idea. It might get annoying if it's too, like, strict, though. I've always noticed in survival games, they all have this weird idea that if you don't drink water every day, you just drop over dead. You can go a little bit longer than a full day cycle with water. I mean, it'll suck. But, you know, we already know the limits of what the human body can endure, especially with food, even longer with food. So they need, I guess it's just hymns in the game design, but they do need to, like, loosen those rules up a little bit when it comes to survival elements. Civil War itself is weird because most of the locations are inhabited by bandits. Yeah, it's because they can't, this engine doesn't let them do more than like a handful of characters on screen. So the idea of like a civil war is just like never going to work with this stupid engine. When you can, if you have more than a dozen enemies on screen, it just like cakes itself. It wasn't that bad. Well, like I said, I never played it, but I know plenty of survival games that are that bad, if not worse. Also played modded, so no inventory weight, no sprinting stamina. Well, there you go. That's how you gotta play any Bethesda game. They all encourage you to hydrate. Must hydrate. To be fair, Morrowind is the most alien place in the Elder Scrolls. The closest other places are like Black Marsh and Somerset Isles. Hey, 2 games they have yet to set a video game. Actually, they only set, like, Morrowind was only in, like, a chunk of, like, Morrowind is in Vardenfell, like, the island. There is, like, the entire southern part of Morrowind you never even get to visit. But hey, like, hey, Black Marsh, Somerset, there you go. Maybe even, like, the wood elves, you know, the cannibal ones. You can play, they got a, like, big tree world or something. But I think the next game is going to be set in, the Redguard place. It's like a desert or something. Or something like that. I'm not sure what it is, actually. That seems... It's probably gonna be there. Elder Scrolls does have cool lore. It did have cool lore. They've been, like, changing it every single game. Like, originally, from what I know, the lore, the Imperial Providence, the center Providence where the Imperials live, was supposed to be like a jungle full of all these old-ass statues, and then you had like this giant city sticking up out the middle of it. And then when they got to Oblivion, they changed that, and it's just England. Here's just England. No more cool jungle with statues in it. I remember watching cutscene movie of Crisis Core when I was younger. Hey, I played that just a year ago. There are a lot of Tamriel, the continent in which all the Elder Scrolls takes place, which we haven't. There is the other continent that has like monkey and snake people on it. I would not ever think they're gonna do anything with that. That just seems like it's just some flavor lore to make the world feel bigger, and also to get rid of characters when they don't need them anymore, like the Neverine, who apparently went over there. Don't expect them to ever like feature that in a game. ES6 will be set in Black Marsh. No one knows yet, but who knows? I feel like it probably wouldn't be set in Black Marsh based on the one shot we have in the game, which didn't look very marshy. I feel like it's more likely it'll be the Red Guard place. I think it's whatever it's called, High Rock or something like that. I don't know. Wait, do the orcs have their own place? I don't think the orcs have their own kingdom or something. I think they're the only ones who didn't really have one. Hammerfell? Is that the Red Guard place? Would kill for a full Elsewhere game. They'll never be able to call it Elsewhere, all right? That was like put in there as a pun by the original developers. Like, oh, what do we call this place? Elsewhere. It will definitely not be the subtitle of the game. Also, most people don't seem to like the Khajiit very much. ES6 is probably going to be in Hammerfell. That's what I think. Almost anywhere will be interesting. Oblivion and Skyrim were two back-to-back medieval human. Skyrim was alright because it's, like the Nords in like more like Norway and like Arctic areas along with the, volcanic stuff. So I was okay with that. Oblivion would have been way more interesting visually had they stuck to the original idea of what that province was, which was like a jungle. The orcs Simian habit Hammerfell and High Rock, I believe. Okay, got ya. I know they weren't originally a playable race in the older games. Orsinium is the orc home. I love the Khajiit. So, okay, yeah, but I've never like seen Orsinium on a map, so I'm assuming it's just like it's like a province. Here, we like carved this out for you. What is the hype around Skyrim? I was bored of it. Big world, big adventure, lots of cool mods for it. I mean, when it came out, it was, it was undeniably pretty damn cool to have like an entire like fantasy world you could explore. There wasn't any other game like that. But it's been outdone many times over. Black Marsh is where the Argonians come from. Yep. Weird how everything is so racially segregated there. Do love how the ancient races literally got themselves removed from the game for knowing too much. They've basically got shadow banned. The ancient race? You mean like the dwarves? Or something? That's the only race I know of that got like, popped out of existence in Elder Scrolls lore. Proscenium is a small place that had multiple locations. The orcs keep getting kicked out wherever they sell. Have you seen how Capcom has gone full stupid with the modding situation, essentially adding malware to their games in an attempt to stop mods? Apparently it has something to do with like a Street Fighter tournament where someone accidentally was still using a new Chun-Li mod, and they've been a little bit worried about how their games are perceived due to all the porn surrounding them since then. Japanese companies tend to overreact. Eventually they'll cool off, I think. Fourth wall breaking is a key part of the Elder Scrolls war, or just ignoring the lore altogether. You don't have to break the fourth wall if you just ignore all the walls. Yeah, the dwarves, yeah. I mean, that is, like I said, Morrowind probably has easily the coolest lore and, like, story of any Elder Scrolls game. And that was the design they should have kept with, because that actually worked, I feel. Weird how sentient life is so violently different too. Cat and lizard species with orcs and humans and different kinds of elves. And they can all interbreed. Technically, I think the way that is set up is like essentially everything that isn't human is some form of like elf. Like even the Argonians and the Khajiit are like called Mer or something like that. So they're technically all just like different species. I'm not sure. I kind of forget this part of it. I do know. I remember like there's basically like a dozen different flavors of elf, and some of them are very non-human looking as well. And then you have like the other species on the other continent you never even see. You know what's sad? Apparently the most searched version of Chun-Li on Pornhub is her Fortnite skin. Is that sad? I mean, they're still just looking for porn. Does it really matter? I mean, hell, think of what, Fortnite is doing to Family Guy right now. People will go, there are people who will always think that Peter has always been very buff, that will be very surprised when they watch the cartoon and find out he's a fat slob. I want Peter, buff Peter, to be the new canon Peter, based off Fortnite players. Why couldn't that be the case? Capcom hasn't yet gone back to being Capcom. I'm not sure what that means. I think Capcom has done a pretty good job over the past, ever since, Resident Evil 7, honestly. They were going pretty weird for a while, then they like, you know what? Hit the brakes, did a 360 or not 180. Never would have thought that kids' first exposure to Family Guy is Fortnite. It is. It definitely is. You gotta remember, Family Guy is an old ass show at this point. So there's definitely like kids who like never watched it or now being exposed to it through Fortnite. I said Crapcom. Oh, a different company, you mean, I see. Seth MacFarlane stated the only reason Peter's buff is because they didn't have the money to make a fat model for him. Who, Epic or like McFarlane's company? Because I'm pretty sure Epic would be the one who made it, and there's no way that's bullshit. They got plenty of money. They can make a 3D model of Peter and make him chubby. And maybe they're just greedy and they didn't want to spend any money. I'd believe that, but they had the money. Argonians and Khajiits are the species not both human nor mer. Okay, then. Like I said, my understanding of how the speciation of Elder Scrolls worked is a little murky. I just know there's a lot of different things that can be considered, like the dwarves were actually, in Elder Scrolls, were actually elves. They were just short elves, essentially, from what I know of it. Hey, look, it's No Man's Skyrim, if only. If only I was playing either of those games tonight. Things would be a lot easier on me. Because both of those games are better. They more than likely don't like paying their animators that much money. I mean, they have all these other characters they're constantly introducing. I think it's just that they probably didn't want like a fat character since I'd have to have like different hitboxes or something. Capcom has always been good with me. Hey, hey. I have yet to like fully get over the travesties that were Resident Evil 5 and 6. And then a bunch of like time spent on weird Resident Evil spin-offs until they eventually decided to like fix things with 7. And then start remaking the entire series. Hell, they even started going pretty weird with Devil May Cry with 4. Family Guy is like 20 years old now, including its original cancelization. Yeah, I remember it started in like early 2000s, wasn't it? How far in are you? Last time I left off on this game, the lodge was coming under attack by the Starborn. And then I just stopped because like, I'll play it at the end of the week. So that's where I'm at currently. You had to get your food at the door. They do delivery out there in Alaska? I'm assuming you live in Juneau then. I can imagine what it'd be to be a DoorDash driver out in Alaska. Like, oh, it looks like I'm driving an hour out to deliver this pizza. First Dragonborn, now the Starborn. I know, right? It's almost like this game is like just Skyrim with space skin. I mean, you have like weaker ass shouts. Have all the same combat. Funny that. Funny that. Not saying where in near. Oh yeah, you don't ever mention where exactly you live in a Twitch chat. That is a bad idea. Also, chat, another game I was thinking of playing next month. I don't know if anyone else has been keeping track of it, but Pacific Drive is looking pretty good. It reminds me of a book I've read called The Electric State. Not all of it is wilderness. Most of Alaska is wilderness. It is just a big ass wilderness because it ain't exactly very highly populated. Shinmu? What Shinmu? What about Shinmu? Should I play Shinmu? Maybe. Gets delivered by Moose. God, I'd actually love to have that. Just like Moose delivery. I'd pay extra. Even if it did kill me upon arrival. Oh yeah, let me send out my Discord announcement and like YouTube announcement before I forget. Oh, actually, I already did the Discord one. Actually, I already did both of them. I've got Alzheimer's, chat. Forgive me. Alaska is where Doom Guy lives? Is that where he retired to? I thought he was like stuck in hell. Trying to nudge you to play Shinmu and Resident Evil 1 Remake as Chris. One of those is way easier than the other. But actually both of those are doable requests. Though Shinmu is going to be a struggle, I think, to get through, from what I've seen of it. I will do my best, though, when I do decide to play it. I don't really want to play Shinmu right now, because we have coming up Yakuza, or I mean, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. And those games are a little too similar, and I don't want to, like, do them back-to-back. Are they going to remake Resident Evil 5? That's what everyone assumes. It is what I assume as well. That seems the most logical after the 4 remake to then do 5. It's just the only question is, do they keep the cooperative play or not, to me? If I were to have my way, I would say remake 5, but remake it in a way to make it more like Resident Evil 2, where you have 2 separate campaigns. One for Chris and one for Shiva. Instead of doing the cooperative thing. That might at least make it a good game. But I've gone over this topic too many times at this point. Yeah, it's pretty well stated. I'm not a big fan of Resident Evil 5, but I've given my ideas on how to make it a better game. Now it's up to Capcom to take me at the word and then pay me. Shave off the co-op. I like that way you put it. Shave the co-op. Shave it. Like delouse the game of the co-op. How likely is Capcom going to do that? I don't know, because cooperative, like, single-player games like that have fallen off. It was like a thing they really thought was going to be a big thing in that late 2000s period. Like, Fear 3 also was, like, ruined by cooperative game. So I couldn't say for sure if they would take it out or not. I gotta at least think it would be something that'd be considered. I have to think they'd at least consider it, even if they decide not to. Just based on it was like probably one of the stronger. It made the game far worse. I don't think it's that controversial of a take to say that. Resident Evil 5 was their biggest seller until Monster Hunter World, and then Resident Evil 7, I believe. I'm assuming Resident Evil 4 Remake will probably end up passing it as well. Only time I played RE5 is with Puff. Well, like I said, if you play that game with co-op, maybe it's actually good. I've never played it cooperatively, because that feels wrong to play a Resident Evil game that way. A lot of RE5 would have to be revamped. Well, it's a remake, so there's no better time to revamp it all. You have to revamp it all anyways. No QTEs, for instance? Well, they already got rid of those in 4, too. Mate, it's been a while. How long has it been, mate? How you been, God434? Good name, by the way. You know what? We've been seeing a lot of old chatters return recently. I like that. Means they haven't forgotten me. They're like, you know what? Time to see what Dartigan's been up to. Oh, he's still exactly the same? Didn't grow as a person. The QTs in 4 were tolerable. I don't know. I remember that knife fight with Crawler, or Crowler. That was a bit, that was quite a few instances where you could instantly fail and have to redo the entire thing. I feel like they're going to keep the RE5 boulder punching, and they have to. It's canon now. I got referenced in Resident Evil Village. And, oh no, even think of this, by the way. All these new Resident Evil games end up inevitably with a VR mode. So if they remake Resident Evil 5, and they have to keep the boulder punching thing in there, when they release the VR mode, you will be punching the boulder in VR. Think about that. That might convince somebody to get a VR headset. That might just be the thing that convinces you. Thanks, no, it's not that, it's just life. Yeah, I get you. College, job, girlfriend, parents. There's any number of things that might get in the way of watching a live stream. And I understand that, cutting a live stream out of is the first thing anyone cuts out when they got, little time. But hey, I don't hold it against you. The fact that you even came back to watch me says that maybe things are improving for you. Don't you forget about me. Died several times to the boulder due to me playing the pre-Steam PC version and not knowing what button to press. Playing the remake right now. How will they pull that off without QTEs? Well, if it's in VR, you'll just have to punch it yourself. If it's in the single player game without VR, it will probably still be a QTE where you just hammer the button. In fact, they'll probably go ham on the boulder punching and make it a much bigger ordeal. But then again, that entire scene of just crashing into an active volcano to fight Wesker was so weird. You get to stare at Chris's roided up arm close. You will get to have those arms in VR. Krauser fight and original was something. What's funny is I got you Shenmue and... Actually, I already own Shenmue on PC and Shenmue 2 and 3. I actually own the entire series. You got Seamen? I know that game vaguely. We can finally sock those uptight boulders in their face. Yeah, those boulders been deserving it for a while, haven't they? Looking so smug with all their granite. Dart is a closet Shenmue fan. I've never played a Shenmue game. I came very close when I got my original Xbox. I think I've mentioned this before, but when I begged my mom to get me an Xbox after I graduated from high school as a reward, the Xbox that she put on layaway had 2 pack-in games. One was Sega's what's the name of that, the roller skate game. Jet Set Radio Future, and the other pack-in was Shenmue 2. However, when she paid off the layaway, they discovered that they'd already handed that layaway Xbox off to someone else for some reason. So they had to give her one of the other Xboxes that were in stock, and it didn't have the pack-in games, so I missed out on those 2 games, and I never even thought of Shenmue again for a very long time. Have you touched them? Touched what? There's a lot of things I've touched. Did you ever play Shenmue? Well, there you go. Question answered. If you play Baldur's Gate 3 alone, will you multi-class? You mean play where you have one class and then a subclass? I don't know. Probably not. I usually focusing on one class. Prize as Like a Dragon series was influenced, yes, but they toned it down a lot more instead of making you live to a schedule, which was probably the smart thing to do. Starfield, chat. Are we ready? Are we ready for the gaming action game of the year 2020, maybe 2024, maybe it'll win this year. Oh, well, gaming's best space sim. Heard from Gamer Ranks, it was them that got me into the Yakuza series. Okay, let me start this recording. Alright, chat. Let me smack my face a few times. Gotta get psyched up, because we're going right into action. Also, Tech Priest, thank you for the 39 months, man. Need more space shanties. I know there's entire systems in this game I'm ignoring, base building and starship building, and I'm dreading at some point the game will almost force my hand into those. Let us hope that isn't the case. So the lodge was under attack last time I left off on this game. Shenmue is very dated now. It does still have a charm though, I think, to it. Because of how badly it's, translated. Everything else. Alright, how's the audio in the game sounding and how's my mic audio? No scratchy, horribleness? Okay, alright. I think they said the old man was upstairs and groaning. Oh, shit. I forgot what even power I have actually on my person right now. Hey, are you gonna do a gaming sins on Ready or Not? That's the old talking gun game, right? I still have the footage for it. I probably am not gonna be doing a video anytime soon. But I can't say no, because I could always do one on it. Actually, let me, like, check. Okay, shit. Where do you see your thing at? Skills, yeah. I got points to spin, you know? Heal 200. Increase your maximum health by 10%. Or increase my carrying capacity. %more oxygen available can be nice too. There we go. Oh yeah, I didn't check my power. Where do you... Where do you go to, like, change the power you have equipped again? Like the star power? My star power, chat. Where do I go to change that? It's been a while, and I haven't had to think about any of this for a time period. Inventory. I don't think any of you know. It's like, no, you expect us to know? Hours, there it is. Okay, personal atmosphere, anti-gravity field. Yeah, that's what I needed. I was wondering why my power didn't actually make anyone float. Get out of the way! He hurts. He hurts. Did he kill my friends already? Oh, shit. Still alive. Keep drugging me up. Gotta love when my grenades go right through his feet. Where'd he go? Oh, I killed myself. Thank God. Game is probably getting a damage overall mod like Fallout 4. I've heard that modders do not really want to work on this game. Alright, so what I've learned... Probably should just use grenades from the get-go. Or at least shotgun. a clone of himself? This fight just got twice as hard. I think I can win this. God, don't you love the Skyrim style combat, chat? Or Fallout style combat, I guess. Ooh, shit. Also, my powers don't seem to work on him. Actually, I don't know if I can kill him or not. This looks sleepy, not gonna lie. It is sleepy is a good way of putting it. Yeah, I think you can only just do damage to him and then he runs away. So, I would like for someone to tell me how much of the actual the main campaign is left. If anyone knows. You have a Steam Deck and a PS5, so I can buy it on Steam. You're 20% through the game. Joke, I don't know. You know what? I'm beginning to think no one actually finished this game. Understandable, though, if that's the case. Also, that if you did, you probably don't remember any of it. Help me, robot. You know what? I'm just gonna... Cool. It feels good to do no damage. Feels real good. This actually does something. Punch him, robot. God, this is so fucking awkward. Where the fuck am I, by the way? His HP is, he's got 2 more health bars after this. The 3, see the red bars under his like main bar? After you like take that down, he gets 2 new refills. And he can also sometimes, summon in a clone of himself that has just as much health. Oh my god, robot, get out of the way. What difficulty is this on? This is on normal. It's just the game is this shit. I think the idea is you're supposed to run here, not fight. Whatever. Maybe if you kill him, you get something good out of it, but it is not worth it. Do the weapons need modifying? I have ignored every gameplay system in this game because it is so convoluted and boring and unfun that I've just not wanted to mess with it. So there's a good possibility that I am weaker than I should be. But none of it feels worthwhile investing time in. Why was there so much hype around this game? Because Bethesda make big game. That is it, actually. That is the only reason. Bethesda make big game. People like big game good. I don't have to worry about this. My companions can't die, so might as well just keep running. Console war silliness. This time there was a bit of console war silliness in there because Xbox fans were like desperate for something, anything. You win the fight, you get 10% discount on the next Skyrim port. Alright, everyone in my shitmobile here.
Help the others. What if that starboard is still alive?
Bet he's on the ship with us. Howdy partners, what's up Cognizant, how you doing? I hope everyone though has learned a lesson from this game. From whenever a developer now promises you something that sounds too big, it likely is. That it is going to be too big and unfun. Scorpius.
By the way, I'm not usually invested in combat.
We didn't, we ran from you.
Impressive. I think you've uncovered something.
He gave me a weapon. Rare laser rifle. Thought I killed you, but you kept coming back. Oh, so he attacked us to kill us and get the artifacts back. He's like, you know what? My bad. Keep grabbing those rocks, man. Glimpse the unity. Bethesda's done this all the time, though. Todd promises something big, only for it to not be that. Fallout 76. It started, honestly, with Fallout 76. Like, they do promise big, and they do give you big. It's just there's not really much to do when everything is too big. Like, I feel that the way they marketed Skyrim ended up being pretty fair, and that's why everyone kind of likes Skyrim. I don't remember much of the marketing for Fallout 4, but, I mean, that game was pretty much what they offered it to be. It's really been since 76 that they've gone to shit. No, can I travel there, please? Hail. Let's trade.
System, begin a transaction log.
No, I don't want to trade with you. Goodbye. You're a pirate? You can be a pirate, but I don't know why you'd want to, since the game seems to punish you pretty heavily if you decide to ever steal anything. Been mainly playing Cyberpunk 2077 the past 1 to 2 years, really. I mean, that game was another one with a lot of hype, and then just like came out as a bit broken, but eventually got better. Fallout New Vegas had a ton of cut content. Well, yeah, they got rushed. It was like really a open world game made in like a year. Uh-oh, I think all my buddies here are dead. Not that I care, they're all uninteresting. That's right, chat, I am now fully in the part where I just like make fun of this game on every front. Bored. Haven't you already been doing that? Not as meanly as I am tonight, I feel.
Dad, come on. You have to keep your eyes
Oh,
open.
I thought he was gonna be dead. Wait, that hold up. Something ain't right there. He like started raising himself up in his, but he doesn't. Medicine, your vitals are no.
Sam? Come on,
Nice
Sam.
animation.
Talk to me.
This dude rose up. This guy, like, in his death state, rose up into a position for this guy to, like, just scoot under him and prop him up, and he's, like, teleporting in there. There has to be something I can do. I can patch you up. I can fix this.
No. Not again. I can't bury another friend, Sam. I can't.
Wait for
Don't
it.
go.
Dad! Dad, get up! Get up! Please!
Oh, that's fucking funny. Oh, that's just, like, perfect. And he doesn't even look dead because he's like leaning up. Cora, look away. He's gone. Okay, he's just gone. Don't mind that he's moving. He's gone. Our gay cowboy friend is dead.
Go away! I told him you were coming. He just had to hold on a little longer. I hate you! Leave me alone!
Look, I had to save a rich old man. I can send you to him if you like. God damn you. God damn you. Your mortalness. What if there's a way to save the cowboy? If you choose, you can choose. When the place was attacked, you can choose to, like, leave the lodge and come immediately here. I'm assuming you choose that. Choosing that means you lose something else, or someone else dies, and this guy lives.
Guess it was too much to hope we'd all make it.
Need to pay their extras more. They are moving on
If you
in.
don't mind, I need some time to think.
Time to think, and also pay ship under this dude.
He came out of nowhere. We were working on the repairs when the ship docked. We ran to defend the station, but after the doors opened, there wasn't anyone there. Then, all of a sudden, Vladimir screamed in pain. and I saw him flying through the air.
The game would be much worse. Yeah, honestly, the game would be better if it had more
moved
glitches in
very
it.
quickly after that. Thank you. I don't think I can move right away. But I'll make it. Go on.
You hold down the bathroom. Dart is really having a rough time finishing this game. Is it really that bland? Yes. This is the white bread mayo sandwich of video games.
Oh, thank heavens. You're all right. We didn't see the Starborn ship dock until it was too late. By the time we managed to take defensive positions, the doors were already opening. We didn't see him at first. Vladimir went sailing straight into the control room. Then the Starborn was just... there. The rest is just... combat blur. Adrenaline. Pain. Oh, not that I've seen, but I've been drifting in and out.
Leave mayo out of this. There are forms of mayo that are pretty good.
I'll be okay now.
But mayo
Go
on
on.
its own is not something
Take
you're just
care
going
of
to
the
squirt
others.
into your mouth like it's Cool Whip.
You're alive. Krix's ghost can keep waiting.
I think your deep in hatred of this game comes from the fact that you've been playing too much better games between this Baldur's Gate 3 and Dragon's Dogma. Well, no, I've disliked this game ever since I first saw it. I knew it was going to be shit. Maybe I'm the one who made it bad. I wanted this game to be bad, and it was. I have a mysterious power attributed to me.
Saw the ship dock with the eye.
Chat,
We
all I have
took
to
up
do
the
is wish
Artist's
for a
Hall,
game to
but
be
when
terrible.
the doors opened, there was no one there. Skulked in like a damn specter. Before I had to know, it was nothing but pain's wings and the cold sleep. Time's unknown, but I came too long enough to hear him gloat about going to the lodge and seeing our friends trying to crawl away from him on a bloody trail. Can't be sure yet. Starborn could have done a lot more damage. Guessing the glitter of the prize wasn't here. Not many sights to see before I lost the lights. No tears for the old. Got the others to worry about.
Return to no. What's up, you still hating me?
Go away! This is your fault! Leave me alone!
You know, I'm glad your dad's dead. And I'm glad his death was funny.
Vladimir! Oh, thank goodness. Where's Sam?
He's gone.
I don't want to talk to you. Leave!
Get off my fucking space station then, Brad.
We need to talk locks and bolts. Lodge and the Eye are not secure.
Hunter said he's leaving us alone.
Just means he's playing the waiting man's game. He'll be back once we've done all the work of collecting the other pieces.
Hunter, he probably found us because we're somewhere obvious. High populated area, just like how the Starborn found you orbiting Neon the first time. But the fact that they're competing with us to find the artifacts means they can't get them without searching.
So we put the artifacts somewhere in the fringe, or on something that can slip from their grasp if they do another strike from the curtain.
I can build an outpost for it, put up no, God no.
Clear from the few encounters we've had that the artifacts are all the Starborn prize.
This
They
is probably
could
the only
come
game
after
I've
us,
seen you
though.
come into with low
Try to find out where we
expectations,
put
leave
them.
with even lower ones.
Need to take the risk.
Maybe.
The Eye, the equipment.
I don't know,
in
I
the
wasn't
lodge,
expecting
not
much
easily
from
moved.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla when that
Gotta
came out
hope
either.
Whatever is giving the Hunter pause applies to the whole. Just need to make another direct hit less the jackpot.
We can keep them on my ship.
Fine idea. Starborn show up, you can burn helium in one spin of the grav drive to anywhere.
Here, keep the artifacts safe. I guess we'll meet back at the lodge after.
You can now build the armillary on your ship or at your outpost. To build an armillary on your ship, go to the new armillary screen inside your ship's cockpit. To build the armillary at one of your outposts, go to your outpost and enter the build mode. There will be a new quest category that contains the armillary. Guess I gotta go back to the dock to build this fucking armillary thing. Build the armillary, yeah, sure. You can now move the armillary. Starborn attacks are more likely whenever the armillary is placed. If you choose to keep the artifacts in your inventory, then attacks are more likely everywhere. Add artifacts. So what, I've digitized these things?
Grief is common in these moments. Or so
You
I am
predicted
told.
having to make an outpost. Well, that was obvious. That's what they've been doing since, you know, Fallout 4. There's no way they weren't going to include some version of that for a space game. I also predicted the game being shit. Alright, back to the lodge because I think. Because this game has no other locations worth visiting. Was Gotham Knights 2023 before? That was early last year. You say it's worse to be a bad game or a boring mid-game? It's worse to be a boring game before anything else. A bad game can still be entertaining because it's so bad. I've played some real stinkers out there that still amuse me. A boring game is the worst thing you can be. I have always held that to be true. There's nothing worse than just feeling like you're wasting your time and not being entertained even slightly.
Attention. The spaceport has been secured. Safety precautions remain in place. Please wait for the all-clear signal before exiting your homes. That is all.
One dude did all this, huh? Glad you're playing this because I can't. It puts me to sleep. Well, use this stream as a sleep aid then. You're welcome to it.
Thought I'd already seen enough death for a lifetime.
But this place is, you know, perfectly normal. What games do you consider more boring than outright bad? This game, Vampire, you know, Spec Ops: The Line, Assassin's Creed, you know, Odyssey, and Valhalla. Those are all very, very boring games. Final Fantasy 13 is also very boring. Does nothing interesting with itself. There's plenty of examples of just boring video games.
You were a victim of the recent attack. Please remain calm.
However, this game, when it glitches, can go into, like, bad game that's entertaining territory. Instead of being boring. Alright, so why am I headed back here again for? They didn't really give me a reason. Samco's belongings have been moved to the lodge basement.
Morale in the lodge has been measurably reduced.
What are some examples of bad games, but entertaining in my opinion? What would be some good examples of that?
I'm serious.
Let me think about that one. There's plenty of indie games I think are kind of like what they present you is really stupid. But the gameplay manages to make up for it, or it's just like it's just so odd that you can't stop. David K. James, those are like, yeah, those are a bit of my guilty pleasure. Those are usually games that are like bad in so many weird and unusual ways that you can't help but just keep playing to see what's going to happen next, or to see what David Cage thought would be a genius idea. I would honestly say Skyrim is sort of like a bad game that's kind of amusing because it's bad in certain ways. But there's a few. Okay, so give us the talk, Mateo. You think Todd's gonna sell the races in TS6 as Creation Club items? I would hope that now they're owned by Microsoft, they don't have to resort to such shameless things.
If I may, I know our encounter with the Hunter is the last thing anyone wants to talk about right now, but he said something that I can't get out of my mind. Unity. Do you remember that?
Oh, you mean the game engine? Yeah, it was a big ordeal how they were like trying to charge everyone for downloads. Just feel like something an evil mastermind would do. Said our parting glimpsing the Unity was over. That felt like a trick. Something was on the path. I was thinking about that too. Has to be related to the artifacts.
Exactly. Somehow. The thing
Dark
is,
picture games?
I've heard that word
Not so much
before.
those, but
It's an
definitely
important concept in Keeper Aquilas's speeches.
what was it?
The priest.
Until Dawn, and then also the one with the werewolves.
Our little crusade
Are
of
kind of
discovery.
bad games. They're still kind of good to
Can't
play
be
because they're funny.
coincidence. The Sanctum has always believed that answers are out there in the stars. Look, I know it's the longest of shots and the biggest leap of faith I could ever ask us all to take, but why not talk to him?
You're right, it's too big of a coincidence not to try. Just a word, Mateo. You're grasping at straws here. Where is the Sanctum Universum anyway?
It's right here in the city, just a block or so from the lodge.
Alright.
I don't mind taking a detour to gather data. Only thing
Where
we'd
would you
lose
put
is time,
Forspoken?
really.
A little bit of both, actually.
I know it's not much to go on, but
On one hand,
something
it's
about
just
this
it's
feels
like a
right.
train wreck. You can't
I'll
help
meet
but
you
like
over there.
watch and see what it's gonna do and say. But on the other hand, it was also really boring.
I've been lost in thought.
Probably closer to being, for me, being so broken that it was nearly unplayable toward the end. But still was just like, I can't wait to see how this fucks up worse than it already is. It's mainly just it's really badly designed fantasy world and main character. Honestly, in some ways, my favorite game of all time is a bit of a bad game. It's just so interesting to the world they created, Deus Ex. Deus Ex is not exactly the funnest game you could ever play. And it definitely feels incredibly dated now, and looks very dated as well. But they just did such a good job developing the world and the characters in it that I can't help but be amused endlessly by it to this day. Same with actually Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. That was also a very busted game that in no way can you say is a good game gameplay-wise. But they just did such a stellar job making everything else around it interesting that you can't help but you'll enjoy it. But in a very funny way? Yes, a very funny way. Alright, let's go ask about a cult. The Masquerade? Yes. It's also why I anticipate the sequel that's now been re-announced, I guess it's coming out this year. It's probably gonna be shit. Not looking too great. Am I, I'm over, wait, am I overweight again? Yeah, I'm overweight by 2 pounds. And what can I throw away that's kind of heavy? Hit the gym. No, you gotta put points into like how much weight you can carry. I'd said a Masquerade sequel in Boston or Atlanta. I think this set in the new one set in Seattle, I believe. If you'd like to see me play Michigan Report from Hell, I know about that game. I've seen it played a bit, and that may be worth a stream at some point, just because it's one of the most cracked out games you could ever play. To this day, I don't know how it actually exists and was released with that name.
War memorial. We can stop to pay respects, if you'd like.
Where do you even play that game at? I guess it's playing like an emulator or something, right? It's like a PS2 game, I think.
Yes, exactly. It's like when someone insults you, you want to just beat the shit out of them sometimes, but you don't.
Are you playing Banishers? I don't know, honestly. I'll wait for that game to come out before I take a look at it.
The man in the story was cruel. Do you know why he was cruel? You must feel what he feels. Understand his pain. Accept it. And deliver it not back upon him.
Empathy. You mean empathy? But you say it like it's easy. Like anyone can just love a terrible person who has been terrible to them.
Yeah, why even bother? I mean, isn't the cycle of humanity peace and war back and forth, like forever? Seems kind of pointless to try so hard for something that won't last. Nothing
Starfield has
really
zero
changes.
momentum. Good description of it.
It's not easy, no, but necessary. Because you see, everything has changed. God has given us the
Mateo, can you sit still?
ingenuity to reach into the stars, to travel his path.
Dude's pacing back and front. It's getting on my nerves.
Find him. But we can't do it alone. The only way is
Fallout New Vegas, another game I'd argue is bad, but it's bad because it is a Bethesda design, gameplay, but it just has better writing.
unity. Well, I'm sure you all have other things to do. Thank you for taking the time to stop and talk with me.
I keep coming back here. I really like what Aquilus has to say.
Hey, do you know anything about like these Starborn people?
Me through some tough times lately.
Get away from me, you freak. Did I ask you anything? Go take your like mocha latte like polygon over there and drink it.
Keeper Aquilus, can we have a moment?
Oh, Mateo. It's been too long. How are your parents? Your mother still struggling with that azalea garden?
No, she figured that out a while ago. Had to adjust the pH levels in the soil. But, Keeper, I didn't come to catch up.
Oh. Well, what's on both your minds?
We were someone who was like very space magic trying to kill us. We think your church is connected to a group of space weirdos.
Oh. Yeah. How humanity comes together. How we are to love each other even as our universe becomes even more complex.
That's not exactly.
This sounds like
what
a
we
sex
mean.
cult.
Keeper, when you talk about unity, well, does it mean anything else? Something secret?
Perhaps we should talk about this inside.
All cults are sex cults. Eventually they become that, yes. Or taking all your money. Possibly both. Sex cult? You aren't in one? Look at this idiot not being in a sex cult. It's the coolest. God, it's always so immersion breaking when you see people walk into a door and just teleport through it. Definitely a sex cult. Look at this place.
Some folks never feel it. That connection to the universe you only get from
What keeps Bethesda from hiring
Honestly,
Skyrim
I wish I
modders
could
to
show
make
them
all
what
their
they're
games? Then they would. You think that would actually work? That the Skyrim modders would be allowed to like release the game in a better state? That costs money. They would rather have the modders do it for free. Is God real? The more proper question would be, is reality divine?
I tried one simple jump, the same as I made dozens of times before.
Now that we have a little privacy, why don't you tell me exactly what it is that brought you two here?
Start with the discovery of these anomalies, the artifacts. So we were attacked by a group called the Starborn, found a series of temples that grant unusual powers. Let's start with the beginning.
They're like nothing we've ever seen, Keeper. Gravitational distortion, sub-audio harmonic sequencing, unidentifiable energy fluctuations.
I caught half of that.
Make a fan game into an official one.
Things are unusual?
I mean,
Even in your
hey, if they want to make like Sky
There have always been
Oblivion real,
mysteries that seem
like
to
an actual
defy our
game, I'd be down with that.
understanding of the universe. Beyond rational thought, we enter life as an act of someone else's faith in us. There's no way of knowing who we will become, and yet the risk is made anyway. So you've pushed into the unknown, not knowing where it would take you. And it's brought you here.
I don't think I'd join any religion that makes you wear a shower cap 24/7. That's just not a good look. And let's be honest, that is a shower cap. You can put this little thing on it like, oh no, this is our holy sacrament. This is a shower cap.
I think I can. If you're willing to find your way in the dark.
Or it's the
for
kind
a
of
bit
bag you
longer,
put over your head when you're
I
dyeing
can
your
give
hair
you
a different
path
color.
of discovering its meaning. There's an old story, far older than the Sanctum Universum, of someone who walked the settled systems and saw every corner of it. This pilgrim claimed he found the true meaning of unity. I always thought of it as just a parable for trying to bring humanity together, but maybe it's more.
Let's hear the story then.
In my story, the pilgrim met the founders of the House of Enlightenment and the enigmatic cult of the Varun. And he gave them each a part of the truth. Then he goes to his final resting place to live out the rest of his days in contemplation of infinitum addendum, his addition or contribution to the
What's up,
infinite.
Lucky? How you doing?
But what if the story isn't a metaphor, but a code? A way of finding the pilgrim again, or at least his grave.
Huh. Infinitum addendum. It's an odd saying, very specific. It sounds like the House of Enlightenment and Varun have the other parts then. It's an odd saying.
Yes.
We're joining
Something must be
Scientology
there.
right now. Space
I
Scientology.
just can't put my finger on it. Maybe the answer will become clear when we have more. The House of Enlightenment and Varun have versions of this story.
Scientology building is up the street from you.
The Enlightened work out of the
What,
well
a 5
here in
terabyte
New
hard
Atlantis,
external hard drive for your
helping the poor
PS5? You must have a lot of games you got put on that bad boy then.
life for themselves.
That's a lot of space.
Varun worshippers are more enigmatic, but there is a lone zealot that was captured recently for attacking UC ships. I visited her a couple of times. Hopefully, she'll be willing to talk to you as well.
I'll stay here with the Keeper. We need
Talk to the
catch up.
Varun prisoner, talk
And
to
I
the
wouldn't
House of
mind asking him
Enlightenment.
a few more questions.
God, this is getting worse. First it was find metal doodads, now talk to religious people. Why didn't you tour the Scientology building when you were in LA? You don't just tour the Scientology building. You go there and they try to convert you. You think that, I'm sure they would let you in and like have a conversation with you and hook you up to a Theton tester. But I'm not sure I'm down for that experience. I would not be able to suppress my laughter. And one thing I do know about the Scientologists, they will try to make your life hell if they don't like you. I'd rather not have that on my shoulders. Alright. Maybe both of these people are like here and I don't have to like bust my ass going through big missions to find them. How would you feel if Fallout returned to its gameplay of the first and second entry? That'd be way better. But technically you're already getting the Wasteland games now that kind of do that, as well as a bunch of other spiritual successors, but maybe if they just like made a game that was like big budget and played more like those, I don't know. It'd be hard to see. There's no way it'll happen though, so I'm not sure why we're talking about it. You can't wish for good things from Bethesda, chat. Not anymore. So you didn't want to sign a billion-year contract? That's what you get with the Scientologists, huh? Billions of dollars a year. And maybe I do gotta go into space. Just check the Steam reviews for this, and wowza, I know, right? Like, mid to negative. Baldur's Gate 3 was successful, and that's basically what it was. That's what they could take inspiration from. I would hope Baldur's Gate 3 and its success would start inspiring, like, future RPGs. Because more RPGs like that, please. So, hey, if they want to make a Fallout game in the style of Baldur's Gate 3, I would be down for that. Yes, that'd be great. With the edgy style of writing that the Fallout 1 and 2 had, yes, please. I don't know anyone who would complain about that. Now that's up to see if you'll Bethesda would ever allow that to happen though. As long as they are set in this design for all their big open world games, it would never happen. But that would be like, mwah, yes please. That'd be great. Get the original developers to make a Fallout game. Well, that's the interesting thing. Microsoft now owns a good deal of people who made the original Fallout games. They bought up the people who were made the Wasteland games recently, who were made up of a lot of people who used to make Fallout games as well. So that they bought like a bunch of RPG like big names when they were like doing through their buyout stuff. So they now would be positioned to maybe do that. Or maybe just like hire Larian to make it for them.
Having a good one?
That would also work.
A visitor? I have all the company I need.
You talked to Keeper Aquilius about the Varun faith. That is the single loneliest statement I've ever heard.
Jokes. You come to hear about Varun. Like the guards. Like the
She looks like Gollum.
We were gonna wait for your book, but it keeps getting delayed.
Precious.
The great serpent waits in the shadows. He will entwine the universe, and all but the faithful will be made as dust. That is the truth. No more, no less.
Bless you. I was saying precious. I can't do the really like good Golem impression, you know. I can only do like, what's Tatus, precious? What's Tatus? And I sound like I'm like someone who's high and like speaking through like a a pull rather than I sound like Golem. I admire your conviction. Keeper Aquilius spoke of a pilgrim. Cosmic Serpent seems like a poor answer to the universe's problems. You know, let's flatter them.
I don't admire it at all.
Shut up. No one asked you, Barrett.
To say the least.
The knowledge of the great serpent sweeps away all concern.
Sound like you're holding in a massive shit, that too. Starfield, huh? I applaud your conviction, my friend. Hey, someone's got to finish this game. Why not me?
Of the Keeper's pilgrim, do you not? I will tell you of him, and then you will leave. Jinan Varun meets the unbeliever. He gives false prophecy to Jinan. But such is Jinan's conviction in the Great Serpent, he does not hesitate. he cuts the unbeliever down. But the unbeliever returns. Jinan realizes the Great Serpent is testing him, and he will not be found wanting. 4 times they fight. Over 120 rotations of the planet they are on. Remember these 4 battles, Jinan, the unbeliever says. Remember these 120 rotations. But Jinan knows this is blasphemy, and delivers the killing blow. That is all.
Starfield, Barrett should have F7, Barrett, best at. Let us not conflate the better Barrett with this worser Barrett. There must be more to your god than just killing. I need to know the meaning of the word unity.
I have heard of no such thing. If it exists, it is a shadow that the Great Serpent casts to deceive the faithless. Strength and conviction show your worthiness to
Looking
the
at the
Great
PlayStation
Serpent.
Holiday sale and
The
nothing's
kill
jumping out as
is not
interesting.
important as showing there is no doubt.
I mean, maybe you already got everything you wanted.
I grow tired of speaking. Leave me.
Hey, if you have time, I've been thinking about some things. Wanted to talk to you about it.
Look, unless you want to like talk about big American titties like our good friend Yoel Roland did, you're not going to be more interesting than... You know, that is a bad idea to have NPCs always want to talk to you, even when they're in your like friend group. It never goes well.
You risked your life to save me. I keep wondering if that made it
Almost
harder
broke
to
down, got
save
pizza
Sam,
coming
too.
home from dispensary,
I've
but
replayed
decided
those
to be
moments
good.
in my mind
Hey,
over
your
and
the
over.
calorie deficit thanks
You
you.
need to know that you did
I
what
made
leader
chicken
does.
and rice today
And if it
because, you
had
know,
been
I'm in
me
my
instead
cutting
of him,
stage.
I would feel at peace knowing that he made it.
Gotta cut them calories. It's impossible to consider what ifs. You can thank me with a ton of credits.
I know, but
Cutting, but in the healthy. Yeah, not the kind where
I
you
don't know
slash
if
your skin.
ready to talk, or if you need
Did you ever
20
play
years to get to
Inscription
that point,
by chance? I
or
know
if
you
you
never
never
send
wanna
it,
talk
but
about
I'm
it
not
again.
sure if you heard
But I
or
just
tried it
want you to
probably.
know that
I
if
did
you
play
do,
Inscription
I'm
last
here
year,
for you.
and I actually really liked it. You can find the streams of it on my Stream Archive channel, actually.
I'm not sure that I am, but maybe in
I
time.
believe that guy has a new game coming out this year, too. It's like Pony Island 2 or something.
Of course. Could have been so much worse. We are all constellation. When a star goes nova, it can destroy everything nearby, or it can nourish a new era of planets and life and everything that goes with it. The galaxy is littered with the deaths of so many brilliant.
Chad, do you think this guy was inspired by
Stars never went
that
nova,
Neil deGrasse Tyson guy?
we are now.
I get the feeling that's what they were kind of going for with him.
I don't know. We'll take care of her. I'm sure we will. We'll
If they
figure
were
it
going to
out.
like be inspired by Neil deGrasse Tyson, they should have taken that inspiration for when Neil deGrasse Tyson almost became a male stripper. Then he'd be an interesting character.
Still doesn't make it easier for anybody.
You've seen
even
Carl
you.
Weathers?
But you did what you had to do. We all know that. Sam was my buddy. He was practical and goofy and a genuinely decent man. He would never want you to feel like this rotten situation was your fault. I promise you that. Yes, we need to expect it and prepare. You know, we're fortunate. Constellation brought us all together and we're all better for it. If we're going to set things right, it's going to be because of that.
Good talk.
Just one quiet day.
Also, I feel I should inform you all I'm wearing a shirt right now that says Silly Goose on it. And that obviously determines your personality for the night. How did Sam die? We chose to, like, focus on saving the people in the lodge rather than the eye.
Yeah, that's UC
And
security.
because of that, he died by
Busier
the
than normal
Starborn person who came and shot the place up. I don't miss him. Other than he had Adam Jensen's voice actor, he's forgettable. You needed a lot of streamer energy to get you through this slog? Yeah, I need to go refill, actually. Got an empty cup next to me. But I thank you for the, the bits and everything else. Logical. But yeah, Sam, he did. He did. But then again, I don't really care about any of the characters in this game. Sorry. I can't be interested in them. They're all just so boring.
As a tracker agent, my duty is to inform and advise.
You're important to the main quest somehow, Andy Singh.
If it's about the financial or food assistance programs, we are backlogged. Don't worry, we're doing everything we can. Oh.
Does it affect the daughter, though? She was being a bit of a bitch after her father died. Don't know why.
The Unity Pilgrim in particular, if that rings any bells.
Listen, I've talked about this.
Wild art? Well, it's true.
There's no record of
She's blaming me for it. I didn't do it.
But since you both insist, our early records are mostly administrative. Humanitarian projects, group counseling notes, charity expenditures. But there is a series of exchanges the founding members recorded in a lot of detail. It's the closest thing I have to what Aquilus is describing.
It's a next generation experience. Please enjoy it properly. This is actually a retro experience. This is about 15-year-old experience. Honestly, when you think about this game, what about it could possibly you could point to as like feeling new? This feels like someone trying to make a game that honors like the retro Xbox 360 series of games. I want coffee and donuts.
A man walks into the first House of Enlightenment. The founding members just call him the Drifter. So they think he's a charity case at first, but no, the Drifter asks them a bunch of questions. If your philosophy is built on an individual's own morality, what about the second person? That second person might disagree. Isn't the problem of two what you're really looking for? And the founders respond, each individual must understand how the second person lifts them up. All of human effort is a story of cooperation pushing us forward. And it kind of goes on like that. He comes back every week for a year. Same conversation every time. Second person this, the problem of do that.
Listen, this pilgrim guy sounded like he's just an annoying twat. I also hate the number 2 with a fiery passion. Good dialogue there.
I'm sorry, were you about to say something?
Shut up.
It's part of our core principles. There's no God pushing us to do good for some eternal reward. We have to help each other because we choose to. If no one takes responsibility for making the settled systems better, then we're just leaving it to the tyrants to bully the rest of us.
I also hate the number 2.
That's what you got out of that, huh? Honestly, I think the founding members made it all up. There was a little more
hate the number 2?
hesitation
Yes.
being openly atheist in the early days. I think they were experimenting with writing their own scripture. Fortunately, that got abandoned pretty quick.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go get a drink soon. You guys are like trying to drown me in streamer energy. Let me go get something to swig on. Be right back. Alright, I can now fulfill those streamer energy demands. Quick question, anyone got 10 million Moo points yet? I think the most anyone would have right now, if they didn't spend any, would be like 1 to 2 million.
Besides what the Keeper would say about it? Sounds like a gathering point, or a center. Or, in mathematics, it would mean one, like the one, the first or the beginning.
Why are you just pointing your finger off in this direction, man? That's a weird, like, talking stance. My finger point.
Always happy to
enjoy that streamer energy. It is Diet Pepsi, so not many energy in it, but it relaxes me. Alright, let's go talk to, like, the Aquinas guy. Pretty sure someone can calculate how many years of stream it. I think someone did once, but it's, you know, I forget. You're welcome. Anyone who gets off on sneezes. Elden Ring is a longer game than Persona 5. Yes, but it's all almost 99% you playing a game, not watching a bunch of teenagers go to high school. Different type of game. And also, actually, technically, Elden Ring can be pretty short if you know what you're doing. Have you seen any game longer than Assassin's Creed Valhalla? I think Assassin's Creed Valhalla remains the longest playtime I spent with a game to finish it. However, I think FF16 is my longest video, single video. Because I just found so much in that to like send. That might have actually had more cutscene length in it than also Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Would you send Danganronpa? I don't know. Usually these like visual novel type games aren't my alley. I don't really have a great deal of interest in them. So I would currently say probably not. FF16 did not need to be that long. It was a good game, but it was a little longer than it needed to be, I agree. There was several instances where the game does just try and make itself longer by giving you these like pointless objectives to do before the main quest to let you continue. And just drags itself out. You could have cut all those moments out and it would have been way more beneficiary. To make a deal, you stream Persona 5 once every other Friday. You realize how long that would take me to get through the game? If I only played it once a week.
You're out there a lot, right? In space? Just do us all a favor.
I wonder how long FF7 Rebirth will be. I imagine probably it'll be longer than Remake was, just because it now is open world. But we'll see. It's probably gonna have way more side content as well. List your terms for what? I didn't make a demand. How about I play Persona 5 when... Maybe I should make Persona 5 like a Patreon goal. I've thought about doing it as like, since I'm launching a Patreon this year, maybe I should just make, you know, Persona 5 a Patreon thing. That way I don't have to worry about like spending a bunch of time on it and making no money off of like Atlas, you know, claiming the bid. Ran back from cooking to say you should absolutely do that, huh?
Well, you're back. What did you learn? Was there something hidden in their stories, like we thought?
The Enlightened story used the words second and two. I spoke with a Varun Zealot. She said that Janan fought 4 times over 100. This is a math problem.
Planets are often named by number. That second might mean the second planet in the system. What else did you learn? If there really is a location the Pilgrim wanted us to find, those do sound awfully like coordinates. Was there anything else? Yes. What he added to infinity. Maybe that points to a name. If we're looking for his resting place, we'd need to know the name of the star
Dinner
system.
time, fellas. You're starving. What are you having?
Let's see. We have something that could be coordinates. Something that could point to a planet in the system. But what's the name of the system? Infinitum addendum. What if we break down the parts? No systems named finite or add. That just leaves in and dumb. Well, that's certainly how I feel.
Can't wait to see what they end up expanding in FF7 Rebirth. I feel like they're going to be expanding almost every part of it, actually. Or like any major part. Indum. That's the name. That's the name of the star system. Next planet I find, I'm naming Dum Dum.
Yes, that's it. The second planet in Indum. At 4 and 120. That's where you'll find the pilgrim's resting place. And from there, maybe you'll find the true meaning of unity. Before you go, you've now spoken to many different perspectives in our universe. In a way, you'll be carrying their philosophies with you on this journey. I know you're looking for a specific unity, but if you had to guess what it was, what interpretation would you give it?
Just a word. Only total conviction will bring us the truth. We are being tested. Something sacred out there, bringing everything together.
Ah, but what makes something like that holy? Gravity is also a force.
Remember FF7 Remake side quests being mostly not good? I don't know. I feel some of them were, especially in the wall market, were actually pretty good. It was just mainly the way they set up the side quests where like they only happen during the day, generally. Except for like the few with at night at the wall market. The side quests that happen during the day, oftentimes some of those were a little but at the very least they usually introduce fully voiced characters and not just like, go here and like, fetch me an item. Gravity is a miracle, just like life itself. Unity is something greater.
It is one of the great contradictions of belief. We feel the presence of
They were
something
significantly better
out
at FF16s, yes, I agree.
But we insist that it is also everywhere.
FF16 side quests were a bit bad.
Word unity describes that divine.
Your Vita stopped working? How many years did you get out of it?
Pilgrim searched for?
We're mostly interested in your thoughts.
Well, I won't keep you any longer. This has been fun.
No, it hasn't.
I have to admit. Go.
Best thing is there were only like 10 side quests at most, so it did not bog down the game in FF7 Remake. Like I said, there was way more. I think there's I'm trying to remember this. Like I said, the wall market had really good side quests, I feel, especially the ones when you're like leading up to like the hand massage stuff and all that. Though I guess those weren't necessarily side quests and you had to do them, but I do feel the side quests were better than what they put into 16, for sure. But yeah, you didn't have to do them either, but then again, that's the nature of side quests. I don't know, I think the world of FF7 is just more interesting than 16, so that also helped a little bit. Pour one out for the Vita, carried by Gravity Rush, and yeah, I actually don't know what actually ever got released on the Vita. I never paid attention to Sony handhelds. Hand massage? You don't remember the hand massage scene in FF7 Remake? Like Cloud literally busts a nut and has like a wait, like literally like a change in persona, or like its personality almost after one. If you pay for the good stuff, that is. That being said, I feel like who's to say what the side quests will be in Rebirth? I do feel like the ones at the Gold Saucer are going to be pretty good. But since there is a lot of open world in the game, there's going to be some shitty side quests in it. That's just something you have to accept. Open world often does mean shitty side quests sometimes, so we'll see. Those quests did an alright job at expanding on the slums right before they get destroyed. To a degree, yeah, you've got a point. '16 had too many fucking side quests. And that made them fade in the background. Yeah, and the rewards for the side quests in 16 weren't that great. Except for like the ones that actually upgraded your like heal canister. The rest of them, you never really feel like you were getting much out of putting in the work. Did Integrate improve FF7R's quests? It did give you... Actually, I would say yes. I remember the side quests in... for Yuffie's DLC being pretty good. Like, one of them was all about tracking down this happy turtle stuff, and every single time you did, you got a brand new music track. And then you had the entire side quest revolving around the Phoenix protection game, which was actually pretty damn good. It was like a tower defense game that you face off on with several different characters, which was I'm hoping was still in the actual like new game, but it doesn't look like it is. I think the card game is replacing it. Port Condor, yeah, that. I think the Fort Condor thing is not going to be in the new game, though. I think that was only for the DLC. Alright. Heading off to space again. You know, what an exciting adventure is to go into the great beyond. There'll be a whole 2 to 3 loading screens before we arrive at this new planet. This virgin ground. Also play the PS4 on remote screens, the Vita years before cloud gaming. I wonder if that's... Didn't Sony just release like a cloud gaming handheld? It's just to play your PS5 wherever you are? Did anyone get that? I think one of the Rebirth trailers mentioned Fort Condor being an island. Well, Fort Condor is a location in FF7. They just also made into like a board game in the DLC. So I'm assuming the new game will have you going to Fort Condor at some point and maybe doing an actual tower defense sequence there instead of the board game. Go to Indum. Hope we go to Wutai. I think they're going to mainly keep Wutai to the 3rd game. That way they have more to do there. Because they are setting up Wutai to be a bigger thing this time.
Thank you. Pick up the hail. There you are. Bounty on your head's gone nice and fat. It's
I don't have a bounty on my head. I paid it.
the bounty on your head's plenty big. You better come up with a number that makes sense.
5,000 credits. Sure. I don't even want to play this game's like space combat. I'm willing to pay my way out of it. I don't even give a shit. Oh, wait, scan the planet. Pilgrim's Rest, huh? Found space combat to be very meh. It is, it's not fun. And I have not bothered upgrading my ship at all, so it's even less fun for me. David Hayter is recording for the Metal Gear Solid 4 novel. Even posted a voice clip online. I don't believe in God, Otacon. You're the only one to whom I can pray. Pray to you, Otacon. That does sound like a Metal Gear Solid 4 line. Do you think Wutai will still have that weird Don Corneo section? I hope so. God, I hope so. I'm assuming Don Corneo will still have a new section in the upcoming game outside of Wutai as well. He'll probably be at like the Gold Saucer or something.
Urban would have loved to work on a planet with this kind of life.
It just looks like every other planet we've been to, meaning nothing's here. You mean where Corneo wants to make Alina and Yuffie sex slaves? Wait, how old is Yuffie? She is often described as a kid. I want them to bring back that horny first-class soldier you fought in FF7 remake, the one that wants to fuck his motorcycle. He'll definitely be brought back. You'll meet him on the road, probably at some point. In fact, you'll probably meet him at some point once you get the dune buggy. He'll want to race you, maybe. You think Starfield is boring? Yes. I would say this game, at best, the only fun you... Here we go. Starfield take, number 43 of the things I've described it as being. You know how, like, 90s computers would have, like, screensavers of, like, space stuff and everything on it? Those are more fun to play than this. There you go.
Wow.
A few months before it's completely forgotten about. Then it's already in the process. There's hardly anyone playing it on Twitch. Spiced worms. Oops, shit. What was the zoom button again? Forgot what my scan button was. Whoops, no, it's a mine. Where did my objective go? I thought I had an objective. Status? Set course? No. No, Pilgrim's Rest. What? Missions. Fucking Christ. Search for clues on Unity. Well, I guess this place is where I'm going. Does anyone remember how to do the scan? I know there's a button that makes me do like a weird scan, but I forget how to. God, stop going to the shitty menu. Alright, I mean, at least look in the your fucking settings. Hand scanner or a flashlight? F. There we go. Shitty, you mean to say cinematic menus? These are some of the worst menus I've come across. I don't know how you can make the UI design this horrendous. Where does one who doesn't drink hang out and be social? Hold on a second. Plenty of places. You can go to a bar even if you don't drink, you know. There's things called mocktails, or you can get like a Coke. So here is the crux of my troubles. To accomplish anything, I need to work with other people. I need assistance. I need workers. I need hands. As we work together, they inevitably ask questions, and I can never help talking. Starts innocently enough. They want to understand how someone who believes in science can also believe in the divine. Or they have their own misunderstanding, instilled by some borderline religious remnant. My weakness is my inability to let alone. I want them to understand, so I try, gently as I might, to nudge their minds along the right path. Then there are follow-ups and followings. The trouble is that I genuinely care for these people, but it would be so much easier if I didn't. Can I upgrade any weapons here? Pilgrim's Writings. At last, a bit of peace. A piece of peace. Is that anything? Is that funny? Why am I trying to be funny? Have they driven me mad at last? Is there a difference between writing to myself and talking to myself? The former certainly seems more acceptable than the latter. Recall again that my mind is my own, and that even if only it exists, that is sufficient for me to believe in everything else. The unity has restored me once more. This time I act alone, for now. Myself is a formidable opponent. I should have expected as much, but vanity is, thankfully, not among my vices. Regardless, it turns out time spent in solitude is, in my case, time with a very sick man. But whatever it is I have become, I don't like this person. Year 5 of asking for the GTA 5 Sin video. Well, you're in luck, because we now have an idea when GTA 6 is going to release. And it's always been my plan to release Grand Theft Auto videos in the lead up to that. So your wait is almost over. But I do implore you to keep watching and asking me, though. That's pretty nice. Lets me know you care. Today, in a soft voice, my assistant asked me if there was anything above the unity. It was all I could do to keep from shouting that I could scarcely comprehend the misunderstanding that would lead to such a question. It was asked honestly, and I answered as best I could, but if even my closest confidant here can fail to grasp the most basic concept of these truths, why am I bothering to explain any of it to any of them? Every word that drops from my mouth gets gobbled up, misheard, misremembered, misunderstood, and mistranslated before I can issue the slightest clarification. People are necessary, but people are madness. I attempt to withdraw, to go off alone, to commune with the unity in my own way. They followed, of course they followed. Madness, madness. Do you think they'll try to integrate Crisis Core characters into the remake? I mean, the only one it seems like they would do that to is, the main boy. The good boy. Most of the characters in that were a little forgettable. That's like a water tower or something. I mean, we did see Nero and Weiss. Those are from a different game, though they were technically in that too. My guess is Nero and Weiss, those guys, will be reserved for any DLC to the Final Fantasy games, not the main quest, the main games. Alright, guess we gotta go inside. The credulous simplicity of mundane humans never ceases to amaze me. My worst instincts, the evil spirit, draw me towards a form of contempt for them. I remember that I am privy to that which they are not. I cannot and should not judge them for a lack of vision when I know very well the blinders which obscure their sight. I once wore them myself. After all, I hope for their sake that they may someday understand, but for my sake I wish to be left alone. Looks like we're like reading the writings of introvert Christ over here. I'm kind of happy they decided to not go with the Genesis route Crisis Core had. While like seeing Sephiroth with friends, I kind of hate how they ruined his fall into madness. True, but didn't they like recently release like some kind of weird game is like shows off young Sephiroth doing some shit? I kind of forget what it's about though. So they're still fucking around with Sephi, doing weird stuff with him. I am not crazy. Alien stem. I find myself thinking about his various pasts and my possible futures. I imagine continuing on the road, acquiring more power, more knowledge, more development of myself. Imagine passing through once more to another world to begin the process anew. What is notable here, that road does seem gratifying. Each step is one of intrinsic reward, and I feel myself anticipating the pleasures and seeing a more contented version of myself in that future. Then, for the sake of considering all possibilities, I imagined if I took a different path, if I stopped running, stopped seeking to gather my own power, if I instead embraced the twinges of compassion I feel in my heart, and let myself care for the people who seem to gather about me whenever I try to work, if I simply lived and taught and perhaps brought others to the light and died. That road also seems gratifying. I also see a contented version of myself in that future. Here is the difference, though. When I stop thinking about the glories I could achieve for myself, the pleasure fades nearly immediately. When I stop thinking about staying and building something, the feeling endures. There is something more sustaining about it, more fulfilling. I don't notice what this difference signifies, but I am grateful for the time I've taken to notice it. You came seeking the right answers, you will know what questions to ask. What is the unity? I return your question with a question. If you had read my writings, what is the burden of people? People are necessary, but people are madness. People gotta go on diets. They're too heavy. Who is your most formidable opponent? Myself. Where does enduring contentment come from? In growing, becoming better, embracing compassion? You came here seeking the true meaning of unity. If you still wish to find it, there is one final piece of myself in the next room. I found my own answer a long time ago, but not in the way I was expecting. I hope your journey gives you the truth. Good morning, what's up, guy? How you doing? How you doing? What we got here? Drawings? Interesting. Ear grub, paperweight. I don't know what the correct answer is. I might never. Increasingly, though, I am comfortable with not knowing. The more I reflect on being here in this world, in this time, the more I think it is precisely where I need to be. This time will be different. It won't be about me, so I won't have to run. I can actually build something with intent instead of scrambling to fix something that others create in my name. It can be something beneficial. I can be something beneficial. I'm leaving behind that other person. This world is no place for him. Let him die. Let me live to enlighten the blessed universe before me. You have found the end of my journey, but to know everything you must find its beginning. On Hylia 2, the island hides the scorpion, and the scorpion's sting hides the truth. Go to another planet now. Would you say Bethesda is a AA studio pretending to be AAA? No, I say they're a waste of talent. They could do such great games if they actually just weren't so focused on making big games. If they just wanted to like pare down their design to a more manageable like state, that'd be so much, they could make so much better entertainment. Alright, we headed back to my ship. Landing area, yes. Get rid of the creation engine, that too. This engine holds them back so much. Also, stop relying so much on random generation. It doesn't work as well as they think it does. They've been relying it on since day one of their company, and it is, yeah. They're so much better when they actually just make some stuff. Doom, but open world sounds like it could be fun. No, God no. Doom needs precisely created like levels for combat and enemy encounters that have been like play tested out the ass. You cannot just have Doom with like, oh, let me wander around for a bit doing nothing and then like getting into like 10 seconds of combat. Alright, off to another planet now. Did you get to listen to some space shanties yet? Nope. One aspect of open world people need to learn is that you need a fun way to traverse it. Bethesda has yet to learn that. Well, I think that's one their engine doesn't allow for it. They couldn't even have vehicles in this game because their engine doesn't really seem to work well with them. With like fast on-foot travel. So that's why you can't fly down to a planet and fly your spaceship around in the atmosphere as well. Or just have like a vehicle that drives you around. They could barely do horses. Remember Skyrim? That could barely handle a fucking horse. But we had to go quite a distance, huh? So we gotta stop at Voli and then do a couple other jumps. Which I don't want to land. Probably because they don't have to pay someone else to use it. Sunk cost policy. Why the hell is Bethesda so obsessed with this engine? It's just they own it. They don't have to pay a license fee for it. And I guess there's some argument to be made that their team knows how to use it, so they don't have to relearn anything. But I always thought it's me.
Please hold your current speed and heading while we scan you for contraband.
Sure.
That's all we need.
Thank you.
Enjoy Neon.
Not going to Neon. Already been the hive of villainy. Alright, now we gotta fly to Prima. Remember, this game would have been... at one point in this game, they were gonna you have to refuel your ship. That's what the whole jump drive thing is about. But then they, like, decided, you know what? That's just too far. I think the idea was you would, if you wanted to travel out further in space, you had to build like fuel depots on like planets.
Head of Paradiso Security. I apologize for coming over this emergency channel, but we are in need of assistance concerning the large ship in orbit, and we value discretion in this matter. If you are willing and able, please see me as soon as possible at the main security office in Paradiso. Over now.
No, fuck you. I'm not doing your side quest. Alright, we're almost there. Chad, it's difficult to believe there'll be some people out there who will be determined to visit every planet in this game and set foot on it and also scan everything on it. I feel sorry for such individuals. Nope, I'm out of here. Here we are at Hilla. Scan the planet. No, fuck you, I'm not doing your side quest. That is my entire, I don't want to do anything in this game other than what I have to do to get through it. I know sometimes the good content is found in the side quests in Bethesda game, but in this case, I just do not care. That just means more time I have to spend on it. Almost like Bethesda saw Mass Effect 1 shitty planet exploring system and decided to make a game. I know, it's weird, right? That they would do the, try to make that everyone knew was shit, and like, you know what? It'll work this time for us. But the thing is, Mass Effect at least gave you a vehicle to drive around in those crappy planets. And they weren't that big either, they're just like a big area. Come on out, buddy. We're gonna go kill some bugs. Why did I level up? I just walked down the length of my ship. No, whatever. Give me more health. Make me harder to kill. Even your player character looks done. I mean, yeah, but that's almost every time you make a player character in any game, they always look a little, like, zoned out.
Every ecosystem has its own unique challenges. Hostilities that life conquered to just exist. We should take notes.
Hello, are you the sovereign people of this planet? Are you here to greet me and take me to your women?
Those are Starborn ruins. You see that, right?
Shh, he's taking us to their women.
That statue. Wow.
I come in peace. Come in specifically a piece of that ass.
You with a woman? You can't even catch a
Look,
ball.
Jack, I can get a bug woman easily. You know what? They're not all that bad looking. What we got here? Huh? Ancient ruins, mystical powers from beyond space and time. Okay. Good. What? Also, aren't these planets already explored? It's like creating, you always find something on them, so someone's been here before you. Hold on, is there like a ball I gotta like maneuver through this puzzle? I'm just gonna make a point in the center. Yeah, there we go. That's all I had to do, I think. Made a constellation show up. Maybe that wasn't it. Oh, I gotta follow the constellation, okay. think. There we go. Aziz light. Okay, go to another planet. Go out. This is cool. What an adventure this is. How do you even get the bug women? I know they're hiding them from me. Continue eating dirt. I don't care. Those got a few explosive rounds left. Omni-Man, keep it in your pants. Look. He knew what he was doing. Think, Mark. Think. Have you ever had sex with an insect humanoid before? You don't know what you're missing. Exoskeletons, Mark. They got exoskeletons.
Hello, ship. This place needs more decorations, don't you think?
Save again. Alright, new planet. Start assuming bug people gender. I'm assuming they have one or the other, so what else do you want me to do? Vasted a couple times, but what? Where's your crew? Why is Barrett the only option? I don't know. Don't ask me, I don't know how this game works. This game barely functions as is. I guess I just don't have anyone assigned to the ship? I don't know. Planet. Where's my objective at? All the way over here, huh? As much as shit as Skyrim and Fallout 4 gets, at least the game kept its content in a relatively dense place. This game doesn't even have content for the most part. But yes, it was it wasn't exactly dense, but it was denser than this. Does this look like it's fun to do, this kind of space travel, chat? Alright. Okay. Yeah, I know, go to the last star. I know, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, okay, we're gonna go here, or we can go here, actually. Or not. God, I hate this fucking system. This is riveting, I know, right? Are you not entertained by this incredibly dense world? Bethesda UI is slowly decreasing over time, but they make it very difficult to play a game that makes you go into the menus a lot.
Welcome to Freestar Space. We're going to do a quick scan for contraband and you can be on your way.
Sorry, I'm just stopping through. Going to the next location, lady. Album 3. God, I hope this is the end of the game. Please let it be the end. What do you mean?
Oh, please. Did you think I couldn't have found you again? Extinguished that little spark of competition for the artifacts before it grew stronger. I wanted to see what you would do, and I haven't been disappointed. You did. Now it's all starting to make sense. You should come aboard. There's another Starborn here who is very interested in meeting you.
Are we close to the ending? I hope so. I don't know.
Constellation ship, you weren't invited to this meeting, but much of our conversation has been about you. It's only fitting you should join us. I will personally guarantee your safety as long as you come in peace.
What's this mission called? And I'll look it up. I don't know.
Ceasefire meeting. Your one shot at getting those answers you must desperately want.
Ceasefire meaning? Are the Starborn at war?
Not a bad description, actually.
We'll explain when we meet. In person.
Fine.
Good. See? We can all get along. For now.
But as, what? One of the other drafts of episode 9 had a dude go, "It's over, Chancellor Hux. You've cost us the star." Are you for real? That can't be right. Been here for almost 2 hours, and for most of the time it's spent on loading screens, or just like space traveling screens, or me just like making weird jokes. Which has probably been the highlight of the stream, actually. You're on mission 13, and there are 19 to 20 missions. That is like several more streams to go then. I hate this fucking game. Fucking hate it. It can't even end properly and on time.
Hello. Again. Do you remember the emissary, perhaps? And their ship, the Helix? I believe they ambushed you above Neon and demanded that artifact you worked so hard to gain.
Thank you for the stellar introduction. Your
Okay, you're Daft Punk, I get it.
Before you came, we were just discussing how continued use of force against you is unwise.
Make it better, stronger, faster, do it harder, make it da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's all the vibe I get from them. All we ever wanted to do was talk.
Yes, we did.
How much do I hate this game on a scale of 1 to 100? It's about a 50,
The
60.
Starborn are individuals. Some are united in cause. Others are in it for themselves.
We are all in it for ourselves. Some of us are just more honest. The emissary threatened your ship, demanded you hand over your artifact. How is that so different from what I did?
We needed to warn you off. Every encounter with one of our kind could spell disaster.
For whom, exactly? I say whoever can collect them should.
Killing you, taking your artifact is both on my list. You're talking in circles. I came to learn about the Unity.
Yes. Let's talk about what really matters.
The Unity. You are on the path to it. It is a place, a gateway. It is where we were reborn.
So, I gotta say, this part is more awkward than I thought.
Oh.
Hiding my face was way easier.
He lives, chat. And he was a Starborn. It's our dead gay cowboy friend. He's a space child. Yeah, you're not supposed. It's weird seeing what Daft Punk looks like, though, I gotta say. Sam, it can't be you. I saw you die.
I'm not who you think I am. This universe is only the first one you've been to. I've seen hundreds.
Oh god, don't make the world bigger, Bethesda.
I was the one who stayed at the launch to protect the artifacts. You.
Oh no, they're doing multiverse.
Well, we held off the hunter.
One of me, at least.
Oh god, no.
The remaining artifacts. And they opened the way to the center of my universe. And the doorway to an infinite number of others. That is the Unity. When I stepped into it, I became a Starborn. It's how I've entered other worlds. Including yours.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Sea beams on fire at the Star of Orion. Spaceships glittering in the fire of laser, whatever. Bethesda games that want to do multiverse. All those memories will be lost like tears in rain. Need to see this Unity for myself, but both of you are trying to keep people from it, so this Unity is where the artifacts are from, the temples? Time will compress all... God, we should have let her.
They are all connected. I have to. This is bigger than all of us. All the artifacts are needed to complete the armillary and open the way to the Unity. In every universe, the Starborn fight over them. Innocent people die. You've witnessed the power granted by the temples, the anarchy that can be unleashed. Someone has to decide who should get them.
Here it comes.
An infinite number of boring universes.
Only the worthy should enter heaven.
You're twisting what I mean.
They're hypocrites. They use the chaos caused by the hunt for the artifacts to establish an order where they decide who's worthy. I attacked your launch because I wanted the artifacts, and you held me off. You got away. That wasn't some morality play. You didn't survive because of righteousness. You won because of persistence, luck, and skill. As I have done countless times.
I was also human once. But what does it matter who or what I was when eternity is within your grasp?
Keeper Aquilus. Oh, this is the... So that you'll... Keeper Aquilus? No, some other version of the same person. This can't be true. Aquilus is a man of peace. You're a monster.
You're learning. My other self wants you to walk the path he walks. To give up. To appreciate the universe.
The way this guy's slurring his speech, it's like we got Joe Biden, the astronaut, God version of himself. Tell you what, pal, no more malarkey here in my universe.
Not in all the universes I've seen. The path to the Unity is opening to you.
You're going to tip the scales one way or another. Better your hand be on one of our sides.
So I help one of you, we combine our artifacts, enter the Unity. I'm not helping someone who murdered my friend.
Bingo.
I want a truce. Between all three of us. I will give you some time to think over which approach to the Unity is the one you want. Mine. Or the Hunters.
Why hasn't the president acted on any of these plans? Because he's Biden this time.
Willing you are to live under someone else's rules. Just remember, one of us isn't trying to judge you.
Talk to the hunter, talk to the embassy, leave the score. Okay, first I'm gonna go take a piss because, well, that was a giant piss take. And I gotta, like, relieve myself. So I'll be right back. You guys stew on all that you just learned of, Bethesda multiverse. Joe Biden in space. And, isn't this actually the same plot of, like, No Man's Sky with you trying to get to the center of the universe and you get to another universe afterward? It is, isn't it? It is exactly the same plot. Okay, I'm back. Wait till you see the final boss after like 5 streams. Don't make me think I've got 5 more streams of this left. Please don't. I'm hoping maybe 2 more streams of it. Alright, let us talk to our...
I know we're not the same people we met in our universes. Still, it's good to see you again, old friend.
What is this? What is that 30-second piss speed? I am a competitor, alright? I've trained myself to relieve myself in like under 30 seconds. I like sprint to my restroom while unzipping on the way. And you know what? I am ranked 104 nationally. Very impressive stats, I know. Do you even wash your hands very quickly? Well, actually, that's the thing. You save time by not even touching yourself down there. There's several techniques involved.
I'll tell you everything I can.
That way, no washing of hands necessary.
I know we're not the same people we met in our universes. Still, it's good to
I have
see
a
you
sling hanging from my ceiling, chat, that I can use instead of using my hands.
It is not an easy experience to describe, but the Unity will speak to you, offer you the chance to become Starborn. You will be leaving this universe behind to be reborn. Everything you were before will be gone. Maybe that's why it offers the choice. Compassion? Or is it testing
An attack on extra sins every time a game includes multiverse stuff. Maybe I should start doing that. Who was I in your universe? What was I like?
Different. I never know who you are when I meet a new version. But so much of you stays the same. It's hard, but each universe is precious in its own way. Mine will never have its original you in it again. As yours won't have its real me. You've seen the terror the Hunter causes. Every time a Starborn goes through the Unity, they get more artifacts, find more temples, gain more power. We can't let more like him abuse these gifts to destroy whatever's in their way. When all the artifacts are assembled, the device they create is called the Armillary. In many ways, it's a model
Complete
of the
global
multiverse
armillary. Thank you for the bits.
Through it, you can reach the Unity.
Every multiverse version of you gave this game a sin. Infinite sins, then. Let's see. Shut up, no one cares. No. That's finally somewhat interesting at the very least, even if it is going to be, you know, a big letdown. Alright, let's talk to the hunter.
The emissary and their kind only want to control you. The Unity is meant for whomever can get there.
Interesting, more interesting what I was doing at the very least.
You can't even catch a ball!
Oh, Jack, you make everything better.
Whoever created the artifacts and built those temples is playing a game with us. One whose prize is access to the center of all creation. There are no rules. Whoever gets all the pieces wins. And I've won. Over and over. I don't kill for the Unity. I find the easiest pathway to it. I've simply found that it's the quickest way. Talking, forming alliances, waiting for the right moment to commit theft. It's all so tiresome. I'll admit, you getting away has been the most interesting thing to happen in quite some time.
This cannot be the villain of the game, right?
What had happened, I knew I needed to wait until this meeting with the emissary to decide what to do about you. To see what would happen, of course. You might not understand just how many times I've done this.
It is? Oh, God.
Usually, you're the one who ends up dead, and whoever cries over your body goes on to become the emissary. Sometimes I manage to get you all bunched up and take care of the problem in one go. Sometimes the emissary has gotten to me first, and I never arrive. Hundreds and hundreds of variations.
Wait, Chad, I know why this guy is the villain. He's been playing Starfield for how many years, going through this same plot line. No wonder he's evil. Look what it's done to him. That's what I'm getting from him. That he's just been stuck in this, like, same plot line for, like, unknowable amounts of time. Doing it over and over and over again. And he's just like, you know what, fuck this shit. Why not destroy the universe? I don't blame him anymore.
They enter the Unity, take artifacts from others, employ force. All the things I do. I am many things, but I would never tell anyone what to do with their gifts. That is your decision, not someone else's. The emissary wants to become the judge of who gets to enter, but the Unity itself doesn't judge. No, we always end up having this meeting at this time. But it's the usual affair. Can we make peace? No. Oh, how tragic. Honestly, I was beginning to wonder why I kept tending. And it's a bad habit I started a long time ago. Perhaps I just like meeting the emissary to gloat. But you have provided something quite new to talk about. Maybe you're a random die roll. Or maybe the Unity is finally responding to all my hard work.
I just leave now? But wow, they're leaning back as hard as they can. Cock forward, aren't they? Back stretched out, hips forward, head tilted down. Now that's the big cock lean. Look like Pyramid Head without the pyramid? No, there is Daft Punk members. What I'm getting from them. Right. Bye. I guess.
Before you leave, I want to give you something. A way to another artifact, but also a lesson in how dangerous they can be. Seek the moon of old Earth. There are secrets there you must discover for yourself. Here. To open the way.
Thank you. All I ever wanted was answers. The main villain became a villain because he was tired of this game. Yup. You Starborn sure like this? You must see for yourself nonsense. Earth's moon in the solar system?
Yes. I will say no more. I do not always know if you are a person I should be helping. Forgive me. I have also found that advice is a poor substitute for experience. I ask you again.
Bonk.
Go to Earth's moon. You should also talk to your colleagues in Constellation. I am sure they have gathered more information on the remaining artifacts in the fringes of space. Part of me wonders what they will all say about what you have learned. But I will leave that to you.
Okay, not there we go. Okay, now rank that up. Or have I rank? Because I need more than 1 point. I've got a skill point to use, but nope. No using it. Oh well, whatever. Who has the copyright on to the metaverse concept? No one, technically. But if there were someone who could argue for it, it'd likely be Neil Stephenson, who came up with the word in his book Snow Crash. You hear all that shit?
Do you need something?
Nope. Don't need anything. I'm here to kill cock chaos. I mean, you're doing that old joke? Chaos. We had a good time with our, friends and strangers of paradise. I've moved on from them. Alright. To Earth, then. No one truly moves on from chaos. Alpha Centauri. Turn to the lodge. Concepts are not copyrightable. The precedent has been set multiple times in the US, at least. Words are, though, but I think if no one takes them immediately, then yeah, I can't really copyright it.
It always feels like I'm on some sort of vacation when I'm here. We could get food at a restaurant like fancy people if you want.
This looks like the art in this book called The Electric State. There's actually a game coming out next month called Pacific Drive. That reminds me a lot of the book Electric State. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was inspired by it. Okay.
Hey, I've been talking with the others, and I'd like to get everyone together. To say goodbye. You know. To Sam.
But you never know with me, always pulled here and there.
Yeah. Of course. Just keep it in mind. Okay? I'll have everything set up in a few days.
Kind of weird because I just saw another version of the dude. Wait for the service, wait 5 days. Ugh.
Remember our last conversation when you told me the artifacts made you feel like raw energy was coursing through your veins? Well, it got me thinking. So I dove into our archives and started looking through Constellation's older journal entries. Just because I wasn't familiar with the experience you described doesn't mean the same might have been true for my predecessor. Really? I'm surprised that I haven't.
So I think Sam wasn't the only person who could have died and become a Starborn there, right? It could have been maybe this lady.
Time spent with Aja just started flooding back.
Or maybe he always dies no matter what.
Oh yes, absolutely. I
Also
didn't
back
mean
with
to
food. What'd
compare.
you get?
Those were just
Like I said, I made some kick-ass rice today.
different times.
I don't know. I got a
Aja
rice
was the
cooker
one
for
that
my
taught me
mom
the
for
ropes at
Christmas, and it's
Constellation
working
and
pretty
took me
well.
under her wing as her protege. Now that you mention it, you're probably right. Either way, we logged quite a few interesting discoveries together. Honestly, it wasn't so much what Aja and I discovered in our travels. It was
Nice
the
rice
journey
cooker.
that was
Yeah, it works pretty
memorable.
well.
Exactly. For me, it was all about the quieter moments. There was nothing quite like sitting back and...
Oh God.
I find that sort of cozy isolation.
Okay.
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
You wash your rice before you cook
know,
it? Of course I do.
All this talk about Aja reminds me that my time with her was a gift. No, she retired. Come to think of it, if we're ever out that far, perhaps... Well, I don't expect... You see...
Okay.
Good. Then we're both on... Anyway, that's all I had to discuss.
Hey, do you want to talk about these Daft Punk people I discovered? No?
I'm not sure one thing is Wolf.
Wait, are you ready to head back out there?
The lodge, of course.
You two go on. I have academic...
An interesting... The lodge feels a little colder than it used to.
Huh?
Lucky, you gonna lurk again?
Sorry.
You got food to make?
My mind was drifting away there. I thought I had a grip on the situation. The Sanctum Universum believes that God wanted us to travel the stars. That's gotten us here. Is this what we were meant to learn out here? Could the Unity... Could that be God? Or a way to reach him?
I'll let you know when I get there.
Oh yeah? That would be something. The one thing I'm sure of is that we
Why does God need a starship?
Mateo told us about your pilgrim's voyage.
You found it, didn't you? The meaning of unity.
Century of the multiverse, we're building the way to it. There's an infinite number of me out there. I feel sorry for all of them. Sam is alive, a version of him from another universe. Let's blow their minds first.
What? It can't be.
Our colleague is alive in some alternate dimension? Am I hearing this right?
Let's take a step back. This is everything we've been building towards, and the implications are a lot to take in. Could you explain the part about multiple universes one more time for everyone?
I feel like this is a very common sci-fi concept that everyone who's living in space should probably know about by this point. Apparently, in another universe, I died and Sam lived. He's the emissary now, a Starborn. Told me the Unity creates a Starborn, and they, I mean, maybe be literal.
And that's why the Starborn want the artifacts so desperately. They're the keys to unlocking the infinite.
I don't even want to think about the physiological changes you'd need to travel between universes.
Plus what it would do to the mind? Enlightenment? Or oblivion? Like the Hunter.
You have the opportunity to reach the closest thing to your god that might exist. And you're second-guessing it?
One doesn't approach the afterlife without some trepidation.
This is all mission to go into the unknown. Think of what awaits us, a new life, the powers of the Starborn. We should all take time to think about what this means.
You're right. We have to see the Unity for ourselves.
I know this has been a lot for everyone to take in, but we finally have answers. Let's make the best of them.
Not to make a sharp turn in a grand tale, but I got the eye fixed up. Bruised, but still blinking. Let me know when you're ready to follow up on what it's seen. These last glimpses from the eye are from the farthest fringes of known space. Could be the only remaining pieces outside the hands of the Starborn.
Oh god, find more metal. Thank you, game.
Catch a smile out there.
You need a ship with a grav jump range of 21 light years to reach your destination. Grav jump range is influenced by the ship's grav drive, ship's mass, and your astrodynamics skill. Can't I just like jump from one planet to the next like I've been doing? I'm not building a new ship game. Ain't happening.
Before, although not quite so.
Buy a new ship? I don't even want to do that. I just want to like run through this game with what I have left. Unfortunately, not. You need a higher one. Wonderful. I was wondering when the game was going to force my hand on this whole like, nope, you're going to have to like work with our spaceship design thing, or else you ain't finishing in our game, buddy. And now I got this CO2 issue. Dart thought these eats were free. Like, I don't want to play with the damn spaceship design thing. It's terrible. Like every other system in this game. Like this fucking CO2 shit I gotta sit here and wait for my oxygen, my asthmatic self to like repair from. But also, welcome to the chat, T-Fuel. Yeah, I guess I got like too much stuff on me again. Yep, a little too heavy. What can I get rid of? I might need it to make something, who knows. Let me get to the starport first. Gummy ships or this. You know, those were at least easy to make. You're rich enough for a ship? Man, hopefully that's the idea. That'll make it a lot easier. Come on, just like breathe in, breathe in. Do some yoga, man. Get the CO2 problem fixed. Become the Picard of the Starfield universe. Puff, you leaving? Have a good night. You actually run the game? What do you mean? Alright. Yeah, if I can, I'll just buy a ship. Save myself the time, that is. Feel like your ship is good enough, but you are being scammed by the game. Yup. It does kind of feel like that, doesn't it?
I wonder if it matches the original vision of the artist, or
the
if
Rambler.
they changed the design as they worked on it.
You know what? I don't care if my lungs are gonna explode. I'm sick of just like waiting. Yeah, fucking kill me by like asphyxiation.
Aren't you the one I saw running away from that crazy guy?
The man who will save the universe, chat, can barely run 30 feet.
You shouldn't got anything you need to offload? Trade Authority is always buying. Kiosk right here for you. I'm sure you can find something you like.
All right, I've got 87,000 on me. The Rambler is, you recommend the Rambler? Does this have the range I need on it? Because I could buy this one. Wait, actually, hold on a second. Your ship doesn't look enough like a penis. Sorry about that. Yeah, I forget where you actually see the price for these things. You need 57,000 credits for this one. Hold on a second. These are where the other ones are. This one, you don't have enough. I'm not rich enough for that one. This one's 65. The Responder, huh? Other ones are very expensive. This one's about the same price almost. I'm not sure if it's actually better though or not. How long are runs of this game? There's people who beat this game within like an hour if they want to. Alright, so... This is the other one I was thinking of buying. Fire rate. Stats are almost identical to it, actually. So there's no reason to pay extra for this one, since all of its stats are the same. That is way lower than expected. I have a sub 16 time. In-game plus gets silly. You know, I tip my hat to you to play this game more than once. I'm barely playing through it once. I literally like abandoned the game for a while to play other stuff before finally coming back to it. All right, I'm gonna grab this one. It's like the most affordable, and the other one that looks better but doesn't really costs more but doesn't give anything. All right, I might need the extra money to put stuff on it. Who knows? You have a new home ship. Your previous home ship has been added to your fleet. Retrieve ships in your fleet that you have left behind. Go to a ship service technician in any major city and ask to view the ships that you own. From there, you can cycle through ships in your fleet and select Make Home Ship to retrieve it.
Sure, have at it.
The story seems interesting to people, but the gameplay seems... the Starborn idea is somewhat interesting, but is introduced a little late in the game for it to really pique my interest too much. Upgrade ship. Deflector, shield generator, engine, missile launcher, electron beam. The what? What do you mean, the what? The Starborn, which is like these people who like go to other universes in this game. Oh, you're talking about a different game altogether. I'm sorry, I didn't read all your comment. Do you think you will kill the Justice League? Most certainly, yeah. That game does have that game is going to be very plot heavy and will probably be a disaster. So yes, probably going to be it's one of those games everyone's looking at and waiting for it and expecting it to bomb. As am I. Like no one has any interest in it. Okay, that gives me more shield. Electron disruptor, auto electron beam. I'm just gonna stick with what's on it. Only thing that actually matters really is the shield strength, I feel. Actually a very tanky ship, and I just make it a little bit more tanky. Head. We could probably want to add more storage though. Actually, where would you find that at? Base. Cargo. Store max 50 cargo. How do you place this again? Or can I even place this on it? Maybe it's too big. Trial and error, you know, as I call it. You know, like... Maybe it's just too big and I gotta find a smaller one. How do you, like, move up out of this plane it's on? Like, maybe I can just put it on top of it up here. Oh, man. Not today, there isn't a good trial and error gameplay. That ain't working. Oh, that one I think did get stuck on. In a weird place, but hey, it works. Like, I'm assuming that means I can put it there, but how do I get it up to put it there? You can see attachment points. Yeah, that's why right there's one, but how do I get it up to it? Oh, wait. There we go. Alright, there we go. I can put another one over here. Looks like shit, but you know what? Gives me more storage at the very least. Which has been a recurring problem. Can you leave, please? Oh, no, shit. I'm hitting delete and this isn't deleting. Fine, keep it. Enough storage space. Right. That'll do. All items will be moved to the cargo hold. There are warnings for the ship in the flight deck. Confirm. There are warnings for the ship in the flight deck? Whatever. I don't care. I do not care at all. Now I can finally store all this crap and get it off my person. Use the delete key. I was actually hitting the delete key. Hey Garland, you have a good night, man.
Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
Alright, where is my cargo? Mallory screen, captain's locker. Where's the little screen that lets me manage inventory at? Easiest way is opening your inventory? I mean, I guess so, but weird. Like, I just want to, like, put away all my resources and get them off my person. No, I don't have... I don't... Can I not access my cargo on my ship? I hate this so fucking much. This is so... Oh, I hate it. You have any desire to try ship editing again? No, I hate it. I don't like... I just want to, like, use my cargo now. I got a kitchen. That's nice. But I don't have a cargo inventory screen. How is this ship more expensive but worth less than my previous ship? God. You know what? I don't care. I'm dropping all my stuff on the floor. I give up. I tried to fix my problem. The game is still like, no. I will fight you at every step. Yeah, bitch, I live like this. Let's see. Didn't I get like a special laser from that dude? Might have been this. Corner. Okay, whatever. Alright, we're very nice and lean now. Yeah. Don't you dare complain about how I live. You sit there in your corner and you do what you're paid to do. This is my home now, and I like throwing bones and rocks everywhere. Let's see what this bad boy can do. Damn bitch, you live like this? Yeah. You know what, in space, no one cares if you're a NEET. I treat this spaceship like it's my mom's basement and I'm watching anime all day. Don't run a blacklight over it. You won't like the results. Alright, we gotta get 2 new things, right? Two new space medals. I think we have time. Depending on what they gotta do to get them, we might have time to do that tonight. Also, thank you, Logical, for the bits, man. By the way, you want to put power into your shields after? Oh yeah, I forgot. Why am I being attacked?
That was touch and go. You don't usually Not everyone would have stuck their necks out for a patrol. Thanks. Any way we can repay you.
Money. Credits would be appreciated.
You bet. Here's some credits. We got to resume our patrol. Stay safe.
Pew pew lasers. It was exciting, wasn't it? Hillside Cave, okay. That doesn't sound too difficult. Can you shoot the patrols? You can, but you'll probably end up with a bounty on your head if you do that. This game really punishes you and like doesn't want you to live a life of crime. It just gets really annoying. This ain't like Skyrim where you could always run away from the guards chasing you. Like every time you go to like a system where people live, we're scanning you for illegal stuff. So, play is a good little space boy.
One less thing to worry about, I suppose.
Yep. Alright, to the space cave. I do have my suit on, right? There's been times in this game like, oh yeah, you forgot to put your suit back on. Oh wait, are we at... Okay, we're not at Earth's moon yet, I don't think. Yeah, I don't see no Earth nearby. I remember walking to space caves. That's what I'm doing now, though. It'd be nice if you actually did something once you're on a planet that you wouldn't normally do in a Fallout or a Skyrim game, which is walk to a goddamn cave or some ruins. This is Todd's dream. Hey, remember the explanation? You know, if you actually went to these planets in real life, there you wouldn't have a lot to do on them, you know? I want that. I don't want to, like, fill up my pockets anymore. Was this the game where your companion got killed and was still talking with his eyes closed? Yes, that was this game. There's still clips of it here on the channel. It's like companions that aren't supposed to ever die somehow died and then was still talking in the cutscene. Wow, look at all that, chat. Look at all of it. Sure is some stuff. It's all randomly generated. That was just foreshadowing for his eventual return, huh? Alright. Let us kill space bugs. I don't know. What are we doing here? It's gonna be something. It's gonna be a threat.
If you are free soon, could we talk?
What do you need?
Yes? So, we finally have all the answers.
You got the weird variation of the cave? Well, there's different versions of this cave?
And feeling like I understand even less than I did before. This talk of the unity of a multiverse? Dead friends appearing again? It is all simply too much. Does it? Perhaps you find all
Want to get going? Rakatosh, you have a good night, man. Thanks for being here tonight.
I do not.
Thanks for making the stream, y'all a very chatty one.
And follow him into the Unity? What if it does nothing the Starborn have claimed?
You know, only one of us get to go into the Unity, right?
I wish I could share in that belief. Truly, I do. But I cannot.
At least I'm assuming only one of us get to.
Yes, I understand. understand there are profound implications to all of this, but I do not see how you can be so eager to follow in the footsteps of the Starborn. Even if everything the Starborn have said is true, if you pass into this unity and come out in some other universe, look at who they are and what they have become. They have the faces and voices of people you know, but are nothing like them. Are you not at all worried that the same fate would befall you? That you would become someone unrecognizable to the rest of us? Yes, I know.
I must become Starborn.
For your sake, I will try not to imagine the worst. Focus. But you must understand that we
Can't
should
you
get
just
back
be
to it.
happy for me?
Now that we know what to work towards, there's no time to...
Alright, good talk.
Once again, we are triumphant. Best not to leave anything useful behind.
What happened here, chat? Gonna try beating the game faster now with the rest of your playthrough. You're gonna try to beat me? I mean, you're welcome to win. I don't want to win this race that you're setting up. I'm gonna be playing this game only like twice a week at best, so you're guaranteed to get there before me. And you know what you're doing too, whereas I'm just like dicking around. So take your win. Laser gun recoil makes perfect sense when you think about it, actually. And by that, I mean, don't think about it too hard. So, getting real low on health kit. Recoil was built in because people were too used to having it. Serves no other purpose. And just like Bethesda ain't that good at designing weapon designs. Like, you know what? It's a gun. Better have recoil. People will get confused and scared otherwise. And it also lets them just reuse all the same stuff they've made for other guns that would make more sense to have recoil. Sure why there's turrets in this weird ass cave just shooting me. Hold up, itchy head. Thinking super casual pace, that's what I'm moving at. I'm in no rush. Gonna call it too. Hey, Logical, have a good night, man. I'm probably done after I finish this quest. I've done quite a bit tonight. And I got like 2 days of like finishing up my Spider-Man video ahead of me. Since I'm almost done with that. And I've streamed for 5 days in a row, so hey, you know how my system works. Alright, it's right over there somewhere. Plutonium? Wait a minute. Plutonium doesn't appear in nature. Plutonium is like man-made by enriching uranium. And you certainly wouldn't want to blast it with a laser and keep it in your pocket. It does now, yeah, somehow they are natural occurring plutonium deposits. Makes perfect sense when you think about it, you know. Is this where it goes in Titanfall? Man, if only I was playing Titanfall right now. Oh yeah. Just looked it up, but plutonium can be found in nature very rarely. Since this is a space game, it isn't too unrealistic. So like I'm guessing it's like you're talking about minute, like miniature, like tiny little specks of it at best, right? I've never heard of it appearing in nature. I thought it was like something you had to like refine out of uranium. Micrograms, so like literally smaller than the eye can see. Alright. Artifact acquired. Later, everyone. Garrus, have a good night, man. Have an excellent night. You've been a good person tonight, and I thank you for it. I'm hoping these are the last two, like, go find rocks in space missions the game is going to give me, because, goddamn, that has gotten really old. Would you prefer to play in Ubisoft open world or a Bethesda open world? Oh, God, why must you make me choose between two forms of cancer? It's like asking, would you rather have lung cancer or liver cancer? One cancer is less severe than the other? I don't know, it depends on what stage it's in, really. Back to the ship. What's my answer? I'd probably... Honestly, depends on what Bethesda RPG you're talking about. If you're just talking about like something like Skyrim, like an Elder Scrolls game, that's more... That I don't mind as much. Starfield is just uniquely shitty. And has been just terrible all around. Like Skyrim, I played Skyrim. I didn't hate Skyrim. I enjoyed my time with it, but then I was done without ever finishing it, and I have never had a desire to finish it. Whereas something like this, I had to like, this is like taking like really bad medicine, and you gotta force yourself to keep chugging it down, while your mom just stares at you and like, no, 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 2 more teaspoons. It's just like you dread every single second of it. What do you even know this? What is it? Is this like a shotgun? I mean, no, it's like a rifle or something. Alright, in we go. Starfield is that bitter cough syrup. You need 2 spoons. I remember, like, I think cough syrup ain't that bad these days. But when I was a kid, oh god, I hated the idea I had to take cough syrup. I'd literally throw up. It isn't even medicine because it's good. Well, it's medicine. It's like snake oil. It's like calling itself medicine. Welcome back to my trash heap. You drank oil before? Why? Like cooking oil? I mean, I've had like a swig of olive oil before. I think that's different than cooking oil, though. Started playing Outer Wilds, and it seems to do more story-wise than with a tiny. It does. Outer Wilds is like, I haven't played it, but I've seen it played, and it is like a one of those like very, very good space games for what it does. It's an award-winning game for a reason, because it actually makes you feel like you're exploring space, not just a menu screen. You weren't drinking castor oil? No, I said olive oil, which is actually pretty healthy for you. Alright, we're gonna go find this other rock. Oh yeah, I forgot to put that. Hold up. Gotta put this rock inside my computer. What's the ratio of shitty space games to good space games? I feel like most space games don't do the space part. Depends on what kind of game it is. There's plenty of space games that are just like grand strategy, like grand galactic strategy stuff, or RTS. That kind of stuff. There's only a handful of games that try to be something like this, honestly. One of them is like X, I think it's called, or something like that. Then you have the, the current, always in development, Star Citizen. Then you have the, No Man's Sky. And Starfield, and a few, there's not too many, actually. Alright, how far are we going? Very far. Homeworld 3 is going to be amazing for space RTS. Star Citizen is a money laundering scheme. Okay, I don't think it's quite the old mafia-controlled project, but I do think it's just like... it's kind of gross. It's definitely that. It's definitely gross. And that they now, that you can just like... I don't know how that game is going to be balanced when it finally does release. If you've paid like $50,000 for a ship, you're going to want that to actually show somehow and like, mean something. Maybe I should put more power in my gravity drive and I can go farther. Forgot about that. Free Space 2, still the best space game. Isn't that what the guy who's making Star Citizen originally made? Or he was famous for making originally? Is why he was able to like get all the money for that. Alright. And this sure is fun clicking on stuff. Out of fuel range, what? Your ship doesn't have enough fuel capacity. Try jumping to a closer system along your route or at helium-3 tanks. So there is fuel. It's made up. The fuel doesn't matter. It just depends on how long you can do a jump here. But it's simplified than what it used to be. Because you don't actually have to refuel ever. It just determines how big of a jump you can make. Which means actually just more loading screens, as you're noticing.
Hello, stranger. I just finished cooking up some food. If you want to come on over, just pop on by.
Nope. Sorry, Grandma. Not today. No, no, I want to get on my seat. Drop it. You going to bed? Go, have a good night, man. Thanks for being here. It means a lot. How else am I supposed to get through this mess without you guys? Look how long it takes to travel to one freaking location right now. Alright, 2 more jumps. An M.2 SSD maybe? I'm using an M.2 SSD. I've got 2 of them in fact. 19 light years, oh shit. Oh. Well, you guys got my rock, don't you? Or do you? Actually, you don't. Never mind. Fuck you. Don't need you. Waste of time. My rock's down here. Like, let them die, let them burn. They're in this boring universe. There'll be like another universe where they're alive, so it doesn't matter. Cold-blooded. I'm not a nice space ranger guy. I'm an impatient one. I'm after space rocks. Human lives don't matter.
In abundance. Let us see how they have arranged themselves.
Alright. Space rock time to get. Someone watch Rick and Morty. I've never watched Rick and Morty actually. Closest I've come to watching Rick and Morty was playing that stupid game where the guns talk to you. Which I want to keep calling Got the Life after the Korn song, but it's the old High on Life. Got the life, got the life. What am I doing here? Can I upgrade this any? Nope. 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 Hey, if you're gonna let me upgrade, why should I care? Tab down, thought NPC was an ad. We almost got some corn speak. There is no corn speak in the God the Life song. It's just them singing about how they got really rich and famous, and you know now they got the life. But you know they're still rockers at heart. This game's UI wasn't shit. It would probably be much easier to understand all of it. Yeah, exactly. That helps a lot. I'm from Constellation.
Constellation? The Explorers? That's a new one. One moment.
It needs a lot more than just a fixed UI, though.
But the director's willing to make an exception. For security, I'm going to have to ask your friend to wait out there. What's inside? Stay with me and don't make any sudden moves. I'll get the door. Welcome to Nishina.
It seems a strict policy, but in a way that is reassuring. Suggests they know what they are doing.
Do not worry about me. Go ahead and go.
This is the mission I'm supposed to be doing right now, right? Enter machinery. Yeah, okay. We'll do this last mission and then we'll call it a night. Sound good? We'll have 2 space rocks. 2 more to add to the collection.
Step forward. Scan is clear. One moment. Attention all. I am declaring a cordia. All sections are now on order. Senior staff, protocol Delta. Use up. There. Be right with you.
Now these mechanics are hard to understand, but Bethesda just kind of made it look more it's also there's just too much stuff and it's all menu based, which ain't exactly fun. Like I'm not even like getting into like building my own bases and mining resources and all that stuff, which is layer upon layer of new complexity, but you have to do it if you want to upgrade anything.
I'll show you to the director. Kaya Patel, our administrator and research director. 28 years in quantum particle physics, or so I'm told. It's beyond me. We're a small research station in the middle of nowhere. Pirates eat places like these for lunch. It is my job to make sure that we are not on the menu. We'll take the back way up.
Chat, do you think this game's gonna get a sequel? Like Starfield 2? Imagine that's the next game they make instead of Skyrim. We want to do another. We think we got a solid idea for Starfield 2.
So,
it wouldn't surprise me, actually. What? Am I seeing stuff? Okay, finally an interesting mission. Thank you, Mayo McNasty, for the 41 months, by the way. That is not the gun to be using here.
What the? Easy! Easy! What the hell was that?
I don't know, I was here, but everything was destroyed. Some kind of anomaly. Could be hard. You tell me.
1 minute, you're following me, and then you're just gone. Minute later, you pop in out of nowhere, looking like you were in the middle of a fight. But there's nothing here. I should have never let you inside. What is this? Some kind of stealth tick? Who are you working for? Look, I don't know.
Titanfall 2 copy. I doubt their engine could actually handle
Maybe she
that.
can figure this out.
But they might be trying the best, trying it there anyways, but it'll be a shitty version of it. It's with the other universe, I guess, and like in this universe, it's all this.
Who's there? Oh, thank God. Finally, someone came. The distress signal. You picked up the distress signal, right? What do you mean? Wait, how did you get in here? Hughes? Ethan Hughes? But he's dead. No. No. This doesn't make any sense. Unless the accident. Maybe.
Remember watching a streamer do this side quest? This isn't a side quest though. This is a main mission.
If the probe is still feeding power to the distortion, then... Right. We were studying a gravitational distortion. 3 months ago, I was calibrating an experiment in our high-energy research lab. There was an accident.
Unless it was introduced early on, it would be somewhat interesting mechanic, but I doubt Bethesda would keep it up. They can usually have like a few interesting ideas in their games.
In the control room. There was nothing I could do. They're all dead. The lab was built around a xenolith with a dense metallic object.
Disappear! We should... Wait, he's back. Alright, we're on our way up. Hughes out. I was just filling in the director.
let's keep moving.
Yeah, the other mission was just like go into a cave and get a rock. This one actually at least has some, heart to it. Spooky, scary lizard rock. Not use this one in combat. Someday game devs will make an NPC walk fast. There have been a few games where when the NPCs walk slow, that they will match your pace. Or that you will match their pace instead of like having to like stop, start, stop, start, stop, start.
This way.
Should be more weirded out by me just constantly like switching between dimensions.
Director?
Thank you, Ethan. Come in. Kaya Patel, Research Director. And this is our Chief Scientist, Maria Hughes. Ethan said you disappeared right in front of him. Twice now? 3 times?
Director, you can't be taking this seriously. Look, I don't know who you are or what you're doing here, but there has to be a rational explanation for all of this.
I'm shifting to an alternate universe or something.
Excuse me?
That is quite a claim. What makes you think that?
Look, I'm a new
Tell us about
Overwatch
this
character. I'm
other
like
universe.
Tracer, alright?
Raphael died in the accident. He...
Wait, burned out? The leak. Director, there was a hydrogen leak right after the accident. It was contained
Literally
in
saw
a
the
minute
plot
or two.
point, this plot point in Loki season 2.
If it hadn't been, it could well have caused an explosion.
Another universe, though. That's a lot to swallow. An artifact?
You mean the source of the distortion? You know something about it?
The multiverse. Other universes?
You remember those old Earth movies, about Marvel? You guys should know at least some of that history, right?
And you have some connection with them then. Interesting. I wonder if that's why this is only affecting you.
Polycarp, damn man, thank you for the 2150 bits. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope you've been enjoying the stream.
So far, no one else has reported anything unusual. Either it's your prior exposure to these artifacts, or perhaps simply the fact that you're an outsider here.
Yes, please, hurry. Move it along.
This facility and the research level 2 kilometers beneath us were built to study a gravitational
Something tells you
distortion.
Marvel didn't go down in
This
history? Okay, that's not
artifact
quite
and the
true.
field
We may
it
make fun of Marvel a lot, but
3 months ago,
they're pretty
our
well
chief
known.
engineer,
They kind of
Raphael,
earned at least some,
was
like,
calibrating an
mention in
experimental
entertainment
probe
history.
when something went wrong.
We still don't know what happened.
I think I got them earlier for you, so have them. Hey, well, thanks for the whenever you give them to me, I mean. Yeah, still, I will put them to good use buying video games.
That would make sense. That's why the field
Starfield is apparently set in 2330.
We have a control unit
We've
for the probe.
culturally advanced nowhere in this, in that 300, that 3 centuries.
System, but the kill switch isn't responding. We could shut it off manually, but the entire research level is locked down. We can't even get down there.
Find a way to stop this.
Not from up here. The explosion fried the network circuits.
Without physical access to the research level, there is little we can do. We have been working in makeshift labs for months.
How? I told you the research level's locked down. We can't even use the damn elevator.
Maybe I could in the other universe.
What?
Clever. In this other universe, Raphael survived. He made it back from the lab, so clearly his elevator works. Take it, and you might be able to shut down the experiment.
This is crazy.
But first, we have to do something about your shifting.
We can't shut down the probe, but we might be able to adjust some of the other parameters. It's risky. We don't know what we're dealing with, but... All right. It's worth a try.
Then it sounds like we have a plan.
Come with me. The control unit is in the fabrication lab next door.
Camera angle is so odd. Who does what? Bethesda conversation engine? It's always odd, off-putting, trust me. It's looked weird for a very, very long time. But they keep using it. Like I'm back playing Fallout again with environments like this. Characters feel alive. I've never really had like a feeling of like these are really, you know, living, breathing NPCs ruining Bethesda game. Oh. That came from this way, right? Yeah. We go up. Kind of miss the gore of Fallout though, where you'd like give people and like turn them into ash with laser guns. Why not have that in this game, by the way? Everyone likes good gore. That take time. They could really just import the system they had for Fallout 4.
I thought I'd finally lost it. What? How? Look.
You're gonna play more Cyberpunk after the stream? I don't blame you.
The research level is even worse. I barely made it out, and that was months ago. I don't understand any of this. If I hadn't seen you disappear with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Time.
Okay. You're my ticket out of here. We'll do this your way. We can get out through the pantry. Here's the key. I'll back you up, I guess.
Come with me if you want to live. We'll also take your purple thing. Mod any of this? Nope. Okay, he's getting killed. Shit. Can't even. Oh. No, I'm just here for some burgers, man. I just want some burgers. Yo, hey. Your food's gonna burn. All right.
Hey.
Hey. This mechanic is only fun when you get to control it.
I just want to get out of here. They're a native species. We had an electric pulse field to keep them out. The fire took out the generators. Damn it. I was in the lab, working on the frequency calibration. I heard the tanks rupture. I jumped back into the control room. But I was trapped. If I had gone the other way, maybe I could have made it. I don't know.
Alright, moving on. I was gonna go through Phantom Liberty, but I spoiled myself on YouTube, so I'll finish my second Nomad playthrough and maybe other games. Hey, I feel like Phantom Liberty is worth the playthrough, regardless if you already know what's gonna happen. Because maybe you'll see a different ending that you didn't see on YouTube.
Hours to clear this out, assuming the rest of the building doesn't come down on top of us. How should I know? You're the one who keeps winking in and out of existence. I just want to get out of here. Go do whatever you're going to do. I'll see if I can clear a path to the door. I'm not sure. It might stop whatever...
Okay, wink me back.
What? You realize you just poked into my locked office. So much for security protocols. Sure. Down the hall. Take the stairs next to the atrium. Yeah, let me get the doors for you. And done. Is there any... That's right. Has been since the accident. The whole system's on a hair trigger. Cameras spot anyone not in the staff data.
Cool. Alright, nope, not even bothered. Either give it to me or I don't want to even play your minigame anymore. Oh, come on. Oh, God. Stop it. Try singing a space shanty. I don't even know like sea shanties. You want me to sing a space shanty? I don't think those exist yet even. You have to beat a space where you can make the shanty. At least that's how my logic of it works. You got any like health packs in here? Because I could use them.
What, did you get lost in the hallway? Right. This is the probe control unit. Most of these controls aren't responding. I'm going to very carefully adjust the settings I can. There's no way to tell what's about to happen. Pay attention and be ready for anything. I'll begin by adjusting the energy feed of the electron beam array. We're at 93 teravolts. Calibrating to 95. 97, 100. Nothing. Let's try the other way. 91, 89. What the? Okay, okay. It looks safe to approach. But what in the world?
You've opened a portal.
It's a micro-distortion. Flux pattern matches the distortion in the lab. The setting is just exposing it somehow. Step into the distortion, please.
You first.
Look, whatever's going on here, it's not affecting me. You want to call this whole thing off? Fine. Otherwise...
Alright.
Nothing. No, hold on. There's a slight pattern change. Some kind of resonance. Right, stay there. Let me turn the feedback up for a moment.
Someone's gonna strip the skin and meat off my bones.
90, 91. What happened? Are you all right?
It worked.
So, the lower setting causes the distortions to manifest, and the higher causes you to shift. That seems promising. Keep it on the lower setting until you want to shift, and you should be able to avoid any more accidents. I'd give you my control unit, but it looks like you already have one from the other universe. Love to take a look at that when this is all over.
Time to shut this down.
Right. If you can get down to the research level, you need to make your way to the high energy research lab. Disengage the power interlocks, then pull the emergency shutdown to stop the probe. That should finally put an end to all this. Oh, and before you go, the director wanted to speak with you. It really is just down the hall.
Well then, all set? If you need supplies, I've asked Dr. Barakova to take care of you. It's the least I can do after everything we've put you through. Before you go, there is one other thing we should discuss. If this experiment is the cause of your shifting, when you shut it down, the shifting will stop. What happens then? To you and to us.
You tell me.
Nishina is a closed system. Two potential states held in tension. When you shut down the experiment, that tension will resolve. You are the outside observer in the system. Whichever reality you are in, at that moment, is what will become real. For you and your universe, at least. The question is, which will you choose?
What is she gonna do if I say I'm gonna choose Raphael? He needs my help more.
If this were a choice between my life and Raphael's, I would ask you to save him.
Oh, there you go.
But as the director of the station,
Where's she pulling this info from?
Sci-Fi. My staff, 30 people, people with families, careers, futures ahead of them. In this universe, you don't have to decide now, but when the time comes, please keep them in mind. Now, it's time you are going. With the network offline, we can't shut down the security system on the research level, so you can expect some resistance. Be careful. Ethan, unlock the elevator lobby, please.
Ma'am, research level is still locked down.
I'm aware of that.
Alright. Done.
Good luck, dear.
Oh, my leg fell asleep. I'm thinking of stopping actually, chat. You know, yeah, I'm thinking here's a good stopping point till the next time I play this game. Because it is like past midnight and I've got work to do on other projects. That disengaging leg fell asleep. I think I had my foot in a weird position. It's 12 already? Yeah, tonight went by very fast. It was a really good stream though, regardless of the game I was playing. Mentally taxing video game a little bit, yeah, not gonna lie. However, I will not be streaming the next 2 days. I'm gonna be working on finishing up the Spider-Man 2 video, since I am all but finished with that and I just need the time to focus on it. Yeah, and this was also my 5th day streaming in a row too, so yeah, I've earned my 2 days off. Where is the combat? This mission has you fighting bugs and zipping between 2 different realities, so it's actually, for once, kind of interesting. However, it is kind of late and I've got some other stuff I gotta do. So I think we'll just stop here, pick up on this mission next time, and maybe even complete the game, who knows. But chat, all of you have been amazing tonight. Thank you for joining me. Hit the like button, the follow button. If you're new here, you can also join my Discord. Thank you for all the bits, subs, gift subs, all that stuff as well. And thank you to the mod team. Like I said, I'll be streaming in another couple days. Hopefully you'll come back and see me. But I'm not sure if I'll play this one. Yeah, actually I will be playing this when I come back on that, because I'm playing Starfield on the beginning and end of each play week. So yeah, we'll play Starfield some more, I guess. Smash that like button, smash it. Do like the old days of YouTube. Okay, chat. Your time is important, so I leave you to it, whatever you got planned. I will see you soon, and we'll play more of this. Have our fun. Finish this up, and then maybe make a sim video on it. Peace, everybody.